PKA 567, our guest Anthony Cumia. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lucy, Smartmouth, Blue Chew, and once again, as always, Lock and Load, the PKA load stack. Check that out below. Come like a champion. Anthony, thank you so much for coming on.
Awesome. Yeah, it has. A lot of things going on in the world. But good to be back. I know there's one constant, and it's you guys in the universe.
Good.
Fucking awesome.
A fixture. I was talking to Zach, our producer, before the show. He was saying your podcast network, your entertainment network, you're expanding a lot recently.
Yeah,
like really growing. Tell us about that. How's that been going?
We're doing comedy shows. So we do these comedians of the compound all over the country. We got gigs coming up in Chicago and Miami. We did. Where the hell were we? Texas. We were down in Austin, Texas, and Philly, and it's really a piss. We did Vegas. People want comedy. They really do want comedy that isn't, Hannah Gadsby kind of spoken word. Instead of laughs, it's like, yeah, applause. You're so.
What's Hannah Gadsby? I feel like I don't know.
God, Hannah Gadsby. Everyone that's even kind of remotely near the comedy industry knows Hannah Gadsby is just this unfunny Australian broad who gets up. She talks about her various rapes that she's had over the years, and and you're like, hilarious. Like, it's just not comedy. And she got a Netflix special, and people watch it and they're like, oh, it's just so inspiring. It's like, this shit is not funny at all.
Did Dave Chappelle just take a run at her? Maybe
he did.
I looked her up. I hadn't heard of her.
He was like, "Yeah, I'll talk to anyone, but first they have to admit to me that Hannah Gadsby is not funny."
Yes.
Yeah. Because he
is the authority on comedy.
Yeah, they put her over as like, oh, she's so amazing and funny, and it just looks like anytime, when there's a stand-up on stage and the boom shot comes across the audience and shows everyone laughing, and that, like the Hannah Gadsby one, you actually saw people kind of, they didn't know what to do. I think they were just so uncomfortable sitting there that they kind of they weren't laughing.
I've watched a couple clips of hers because I heard it was
terrible,
very bad on YouTube, and like, you're not exaggerating. Like, the applause to laughter ratio is like it's not on par with any comedy special. Like imagine if every time Dave Chappelle said something, they were like, it's not funny, but it's great to say. It's good he said it. Like,
is it all woke stuff? Is that what I'm reading between the lines?
Yes. Oh God, yes.
So she just goes up there and virtue signals?
Talks about her, her sexuality, because I think she's a lesbian, but who can even tell? I know.
Straight doesn't matter. Oh my God, they're always talking about their sexuality and their period.
Yeah,
not like us selling cum pills.
Have a laugh, lady.
Good stuff. Oh God, yeah. So people are just clamoring to like get into comedy clubs and see people that just find stuff funny and don't care that it might offend people and just laugh their asses off and hang out and have a few drinks. So that's what we've been doing with comedians of the compound. And I'm looking to get the fuck out of New York. Where are
you looking?
I sold my house. I'm in an apartment now on Long Island, and I've been down. I'm looking in Greenville, South Kakalaki.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna get the hell out and get into a much more similar mindset kind of a state.
You've been talking about getting out of the city for a really long time. It was even when you were doing O&A, you're like, this fucking bullshit city. As soon as this show's over, I'm gone. Like, now you're finally doing it.
Back then there was some kind of equity in being in New York, especially if you're in the broadcast business. It was like the number one market for radio, and you're getting guests coming through. And then with COVID happening and a lot of people zooming in as guests on shows, it became more acceptable. And New York is just the way we've seen it go downhill in just the short couple of years with COVID and our ridiculous mayor, and now Biden is president, and the governor sex fiend Cuomo.
We're not anti-sex fiend on this show, Anthony.
No, obviously with what you sell.
We still defend Anthony.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's just the taxes are insane in New York, and you're just not getting anything for it. So I've gone down a few times. We've been looking at houses, and it's the price difference is hilarious. Like you just get insane property and houses, and the taxes are hilariously low.
Where's
so
tech area in like Alabama? Is it Hunter something? Do you know what I'm talking about? There's like Huntsville, right? Doesn't like NASA have a big presence there or something?
Yeah, I think
they have gigabit internet. I would check that out too. Or maybe
I don't know.
In. Okay.
I've like Greenville's really just seems like a cool little big town, little city. It's got like people. The people are awesome, and we went there and we're hanging out at this like street festival thing, and I'm just looking around going, oh, look at the people. There's no yelling. No one's just punching someone in the face for no apparent reason. And I don't see
you're gonna get soft
junkies sprawled on the sidewalk shitting themselves. And it was just it seems like a really cool place. Yeah.
Are you still one of those city people who like gets approached by a country person who's trying to be friendly, and you're like, what do you want? What's your angle? Like,
it's kind of
welcome you to the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't take it as a threat or anything, but it is odd. Like you'd be driving around and literally if you don't run someone over with your car, they'll kind of wave to you like, thank you, you didn't kill me or something. I don't understand. Everyone waves. A woman pushing a stroller and she's like, hi. I go, oh, okay.
Dude, the transition that I struggled with the most. So I'm from New Jersey, and when I moved to North Carolina, the pace. These people move slow as fuck, and I don't get it. I still move quicker than all these guys. I've been here 20 years. Like I remember early on, I went vacuum cleaner shopping, right? Now, vacuum cleaner is something you can't buy on yourself. You have to get it from like a top or something, like whatever. So I pick out the one I want, and I ask for help, and the guy's not helping me. And I was like, I'm ready. And he's like, well, I guess I can stop what I'm doing if you're in a hurry. If I'm in a hurry, I'm always in a hurry. You fucking work at Sears, don't you get like things off shelves for people? I couldn't
your job.
Imagine. Like, I was supposed to wait for him to finish. I think he was taking inventory or something.
Well, Sears, this was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. And like,
did he get your fax machine down for you?
I'm like, is this person intolerably long in getting to me, or do I just need to reset expectations for the South?
I guess there are a few compromises you have to make, things like that. Was the guy taking inventory? Was he taking inventory of his life and realized like
maybe it's working at Sears? Not anymore.
I mean, the weather's going to be a million times better too.
Yeah,
you're going to immediately appreciate.
Yeah.
You get 3 summers and a fall. You'll be okay.
Yeah, the weather up here in New York just sucks, and I've just had it with the politics, the waste of money, the unbelievable amount of crime and degradation in the city now. So,
prior to COVID, I felt like the government didn't actually have I complain about the government, but what impact do they actually have on our daily lives?
Right.
Then, I know New York in particular has shut down a lot of stuff, and it stayed shut down for a long time. And then they, when they open up, they're like all the restaurants are outdoors, and it's not outdoor weather, and it's just wow, in the last, I'll make it up, 2 years, the government has had much more of an imprint on what your life is actually like. Whereas before it was just complaining at the windmills. I don't know.
Yeah. They got people dining in the gutters of the streets. They set up these outdoor indoor places because indoor is so dangerous. They've had to build another restaurant outside.
Yep.
And then they plop them right on in the gutters of the streets. And there's no raised floor or anything.
I believe you're not exaggerating at all.
You're sitting in the gutter of a New York City street eating your dinner. Like, get out of here. It's so ridiculous. Breathing in brake dust, asbestos, and whatever else.
I mean, in Missouri, it was never like that intense.
Cool.
But I remember seeing the pictures of New York outdoor dining, and then it's just like a tent. You'd see it like a wedding reception, and everybody being ushered there instead. And I was thinking like, this can't be like that widespread. This is so retarded. Like, is this one guy who found a way around? It's like, no, it seems like that was very popular.
I have a good friend who lives in the city, and he shares all your complaints. I can't dox him because he works in a woke industry, but he's suffering and he's angry.
That would be too. I don't want to eat in the street.
No, and it, like you said, how much of the year can you spend eating outside in New York City? It gets cold very quick, and
4 weeks on either side of summer. That's the answer.
Yeah, and then they make you show. Now they're making everyone show a vaccine card in order to get into restaurants to even eat, which is hilarious.
Have you guys ever seen that?
No. Can you go into real restaurants?
I've never seen that, but I did bring my card with me to Denver because I was like, maybe there's a just in case kind of situation. Mm-hmm. Maybe somebody wants to see this piece of cardboard that a lady wrote on in cursive one day.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like if we're going to treat it like a government issued ID, it feels like it should have a hologram or something. Like,
they had more serious government issued IDs in like the 30s. Like if you showed this vaccine card to somebody and it said polio on it, like back in the day, they'd be like, polio. Well, that doesn't prove you got the polio jab. They wouldn't have taken it.
Seems someone just signed this.
Yeah. Well, you look good. Go ahead. Yeah. There's nothing to it. No. And the best part is there are apps that you could put a picture of the card and a picture of your ID in the app. So now you don't even have the actual card. It's a picture of the card to just show, and no one questions it. It's so ridiculous. There's so many counterfeit ones out there. So, most people.
I have this big frustration with what's called security theater, right? Mm-hmm. And they do it after 9/11. They did it in a big way. You go to the airport and they say, is there a bomb in your bag? Have your bags been out of your sight? Mm-hmm. That doesn't make anything more secure. If there was a bomb in my bag, I wouldn't tell them.
Especially, if you're a terrorist. Like
we're doing it now.
Yeah,
They say, hey, have you had any flu symptoms? Have you been near anyone? You just answer the questions correctly so you can do what it is you're trying to do.
Of course.
I remember when I first went to an airport, what you've got is a lot of airport experience derived from movies and TV shows. Mm-hmm. And so I was staring at my bag the whole time because I didn't want to let it out of my sight because it seemed like such a big deal. So when they came and they asked the question, has it been out of your sight? I was like, absolutely not. Nope, not for a moment.
No, I was shitting, staring right at it, sitting on the floor, that filthy thing.
The transportation systems, especially in New York, have made it where you have to wear a mask all the time. Like the buses, the subways, the commuter rails, everything, you have to wear a mask. And I just refuse. Like I just don't want to wear the goddamn mask. I had COVID last year.
Did you get vaccinated?
No, I took the antibody test. Okay. I'm not so much anti-vax. I'm pro leave me the fuck alone. And if I had COVID, which I did, and I was tested for antibodies, why would I get the vaccine? If it's 1 billion to 1 that there's a problem with it, why would I even do that? Imagine 1 billion shot glasses, and they all have water in them except one has poison. And for no reason, they go, would you take a drink of that? And you go, yeah, well, what's in it for me? Well, nothing. You don't get anything. You can just maybe die if you take the wrong one. But there's 1 billion, so you're probably not. Why would you even do that in the first place?
That's right. I think there's a lot of data out there that says having the vaccine in addition to having the virus is better than having either one by itself.
I don't know. You know what? Nature has shown over the course of millennia that natural immunization of viruses seems to be okay.
Well, it wasn't really okay with smallpox, and it wasn't really okay with polio.
Well, certain things, of course, deadly diseases, that especially childhood diseases, things that spread amongst people at a much higher rate than COVID does. They were a lot more fatal than COVID is. especially in certain demographics. So why the fuck bother? Like I am immune to COVID. I have worn a mask. I'm around people all the time. I got it, and now I'm immune to it. So I'm done. I'm done playing this dumb game of vaccines and masks and all the other horse shit that goes with it. I'm out. I'm done.
On that immunity, I'm clicking disbelief on that. But,
I've only been playing this game for like 2 seasons now or something like that. So I enjoy my mask. I just flew to Denver and stayed out there for a couple weeks and went through the whole airport rigmarole.
Yeah,
I like my mask. I feel like it allows me to
hate it. Here's what I did. Here's what I did when I was flying to Vegas recently. I of course fly at the front part of the airplane, the comfortable part of the airplane. So there are 2 stewardesses that are working the 2 aisles, one each in first class. Mm-hmm. So you're sitting there and you got to keep your mask on. Oh my God, planes, they are like fanatic. Well, I tip each one of the flying waitresses $20. And then I tell them to bring me drinks. They just constantly kept bringing them. Dude, then no one said a word to me after that. I didn't even have the mask down. I took the fucking thing off. And they're just like, would you like another beverage? No one cared. So it's not about safety. It's about this fuck gave me $20, so I'm not going to hassle him about it.
And also they're probably like, well, I mean, we say only eating and drinking. He's been drinking the whole time.
I feel like
if you just sit like that. I
so
sound
can
like
you
this
put your
the
mask
whole
back?
flight.
No, I guess no. He's still fucking drinking it.
I sound like that the whole
And another one.
that is the only part of the whole. What did you call it? What is safety theater?
Theater, yeah.
Security theater.
Right.
I guess like the whole part where like it's like keep that mask on no matter fucking what, unless you need some Fanta. And it's like, wait a minute.
Like you wear your mask walking to your table and you take it off. That we all recognize that as silliness, right?
Yeah, it's nonsense. Like
where you see someone in the store like take the mask off and go and then put it back. And it's like I've been in that situation where I'm about to sneeze with it on, and like I'm tempted because I'm like, I don't want it to be all gross.
Right.
Like, well, this is kind of the point of it.
Or the people, they wear a mask all day because they're working, right? Maybe they're in the service industry in some way, but they wear it below their nose, and it's bro, you're doing nothing.
It's worthless.
Yeah, that is a chin strap, is what that is.
Maybe they're mouth breathers.
Pretending.
Yeah. So I had a conductor on Long Island Railroad because I take the train in every day into New York City, and they're, they make announcements. Everyone, regardless of vaccine status, needs to wear a mask on Long Island Railroad. So I'm like, I don't wear a mask. I'm just not going to do it. So this guy would come over and hassle me constantly, and then my girlfriend came up with a great idea. So she handed me one of these, and when the guy comes over, now I just go like this. I go. And no one wants to deal with it.
Not at all.
No, listen, I have nothing. No problem. I don't even know how to use it. I'm like I'm like injecting it in my arm or something. Like it's just, but no one wants to do anything. They don't want to ask you another question. You just go. I guess it's like, oh, poor Codger has CPOD or something, and they leave me the fuck alone. So.
That is so funny because
mesothelioma commercial.
Yeah, no guy.
I got mesothelioma.
I don't know any of these diseases.
You were a loved one.
If you don't watch commercials, Woody. There's this daytime TV scam thing where they're like, "Have you or a loved one been exposed to asbestos or worked in the asbestos fucking job.
If you've worked on a Navy ship, air conditioning, if you're a stuntman on a movie set and you've had asbestos, it's like I think that's what.
Did you work for Hanna-Barbera between the years of 1937 and 1956?
The film had asbestos in it. Like that was asbestos in it and everything. I heard Steve McQueen died because of all the fire suits he had to wear had a lot of asbestos in them, and that's what gave him his lung cancer. Or smoking 80 packs of cigarettes a day.
No,
one
it
or
was
the other.
It's hard.
Yeah, it had to be the asbestos.
You know what killed John Wayne, right?
Yeah, the nuclear fallout, right?
Yeah,
the fucking nuclear fallout gave him cancer when they were filming that movie out in the Southwest.
But didn't everybody involved with that movie die of cancer in like
not
the next
everybody,
10 years?
but a huge significant number, like 19.
Well, too many.
Wow.
But the Duke was probably like, as long as we killed those Japs, I don't care. I didn't give a shit. Take my lungs. We won the big one. Yeah.
I mean, he was.
Funny.
I think he's also the one who died, and the doctors were like befuddled by the amount of meat in his colon. They're like, that's wild that he lived that long.
Yeah, that's where the whole red meat. How much red meat do you end up getting in your colon over a lifetime came from? Is that John Wayne? They were just like, oh my god, this guy. Like his whole intestine was like a stuffed sausage casing.
Jesus.
But it would have been kind of nice to be smoking all that and eating all the steaks you want, no greens, no vegetables.
Who has the worst colon in Hollywood now? Vin Diesel, maybe?
Oh,
is he fat now? I don't think he's
Vin
fat.
Diesel put on a few
Vin
pounds.
Diesel.
Whoa.
The Rock.
The Rock he's a specimen.
It would have to be an older star. And they just, you know what? They did live the life back then, man. They drank and smoked and ate like crap. And they looked every part of it too, man. Some of those guys, I love watching shows like the Twilight Zone. And you see somebody on there and it's Rod Serling's talking about it. And he goes, this is Mark Harris. He's a 25-year-old businessman, and you're looking like the guy's got the horseshoe balding, and he's just fucking. You guys like this guy's 55. Yeah. He's like 20 to a 20. This young couple lost their way. It's like the woman looks like my grandma. They just ridden hard and put up wet in the horse business.
As they're like nowadays. Like if they smoke cigarettes during a scene, apparently they're smoking like fake pretend ones. Back then, they're like taking breaks from their cigarette scenes to be like, I want to smoke a real one, like at my leisure. And so, if you're thinking like the worst colon in Hollywood now, it's an odd year. So Jonah Hill's probably fat again. So I would say,
poor Jonah Hill.
He got fit looking and like muscular, and then I think I found out that was a Photoshop. But
no, he definitely got into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and got into shape and he started lifting and
then good. I think
he definitely turned it around.
He posted something on social media that he was asking people to not talk to him about his weight. Like don't even come up to him and say, wow, you look good, man. Hey, you lost weight, you look great. Like he doesn't want anyone acknowledging it because it makes him feel weird. He doesn't want to talk about it. So
I kind of get it. I might be misreading your vibe, like he's being oversensitive, but oh my goodness.
No, it's him. That's how he feels. So he's
like
entitled
200 million people who have an opinion on how you look, and it's somehow Jonah Hill more than other people. Like,
I think anybody that put on that was heavy and then lost a lot of weight. Adele, she's going through all that crap now where people are actually
the other way where
they're angry at
the Adele shit was crazy, like where I think she posted something. I obviously don't really follow her career, but she's been heavy and for a long time, and she was like pleased with her progress of hard work and dieting and like, look, I'm getting skinny, I'm getting healthy, and all of her like fat women followers are like, you betrayed us, you've left for the dark side, you were healthy before. She's like, well, I wasn't feeling good and I wasn't in a good mood, my hormones were probably off. You bitch.
They were calling her. Yeah, they were saying that she was body shaming heavy people because she was talking about how good she felt now that she's lost weight and how proud she is and how she feels like she wants to be photographed now and go out. And they took everything she said, not as a positive for someone that's accomplished something, but as, you piece of shit, you're bashing me. I mean, how do you rationalize that?
They made her the Uncle Tom of fat women.
Yeah.
And she won't be the last. Some other celebrity will lose weight because they're not feeling good. They'll start to feel better. They'll post about it, and then they'll get. And it's like, this doesn't happen about anything else. It's only losing weight. Like any celebrity is like, I was drinking from sun up to sundown. I didn't know who I was half the day, but I'm over it. I'm 3 months clean. He holds his chip and a bunch of like badly typed comments. He's like, you fucking pussy.
Robert
just
Downey
keep
Jr.
drinking.
used to have, I don't know what his substance abuse of choice was, but he had trouble and he got in court trouble all the time. You don't see the people who are doing drugs now be like, you abandoned us.
Yeah.
Never happened.
He was cooler when he was doing cocaine all day.
Well,
I think we should give Hunter Biden shit for not doing drugs anymore, assuming he doesn't.
No, he's still
assuming.
doing drugs.
He's still going strong with the drugs.
If somebody replaces says they're an artist and replaces their paintbrush with straws, you gotta think, all right, this is so. If they find straws around his house and go, "Are you doing drugs?" Like, no, I'm painting. I'm a fucking artist, dude.
Is that what he said?
No. How much were those?
No, but I assume that's what he does. He paints with his. Yeah, it's like, I also use a hypodermic needle and switch the paint on the fucking,
or something like that. Like, paintings don't look terrible to me, but it's one of those paintings where I feel like I could do it too with no training. Like I don't know. I bet if we did a class of kindergartners, at least a couple would come up with equivalent to Hunter Biden's level.
He's not very good.
No, it's very.
I'll go so far as to say he's bad at painting.
The word you're hunting for is he is the coolest presidential son in a generation. He is the Charlie Sheen of presidential descendants.
But do you think he was doing as much cocaine as George W. was when his dad was president?
George W. Bush is the Charlie Sheen of president.
Get back to me when George W. Bush has pictures is like doing crack off a hooker's ass.
Yeah, I mean this was 100 years ago. He was there cocaine. So. But he owned a baseball team, right? A minor league baseball team, just being gacked up all day.
Professional baseball team.
The Rangers,
like
right?
Texas, the Rangers. Right? Yeah.
Oh, the Rangers. My mistake.
He owned a real one. Damn.
Yeah.
Is this Hunter Biden art?
Looks like a petri dish.
It's just what I said. It's not awful, but I feel like I could.
That's coronavirus.
It's not good.
Yeah.
The top right, maybe. Yeah.
You know what this is? Is like he knew like agents were coming, and he's like, I need to fucking paint something. Like just frantically trying to get some paint on the canvas.
Yeah,
this is my style.
Do you think we'll see one of those framed behind the Oval Office, like just up on the wall?
God.
Wait, is that true? Hilarious. Are there some in the No, not in the Oval Office.
That'd be like the president putting it onto the refrigerator. That's his version of magnet.
I think you did a great job.
He's gonna put it right there between those two flags behind it.
That's my boy.
Why did my retarded son have to be the one that kept living?
I mean, if you saw some Renaissance era Zoftig woman painting, I'd be like, holy fuck. That's an artist. He's really good. But like you said, anybody I think can take a straw and some paint. Yeah. That's like, oh wow, it looks like a flat version of a colored Easter egg. Like when you really take your time and try to make it really colorful.
It's bad. It's just not good.
You do a face. Tries, I could do that.
If you're a really good painter, even if that's your style, there should be a test where it's like, all right, I know that you're a bubble blower generally or whatever your style. Do my face.
A bubble blower.
Just
like do a face, and then if they can't do a face,
is bubblicious.
Hand them an old matchbook and have them draw Tippy the turtle or something. That little art test they would have on a matchbook years ago. Draw a deer, and it's like, oh, send it in and we'll tell you if you're good enough. And of course you'd be good enough because they want you to buy their art course. So no matter what you drew, they would send you back something that said you were awesome. And I think that's where he kind of he's at in the art business.
I didn't know that they did that with matchbooks. That's
an old trick. They did that
many years ago.
Housewives have been falling for that one for a long time.
Yeah. I could draw that. It's like, you traced it, you liar.
like you'd fool the people there.
Yeah. It's like,
get another perfect one.
Got another tracer. All right.
I think Hunter Biden definitely probably the king of doing drugs as a presidential child.
Yeah.
We can't know before pictures were around. I imagine George W. was being insane. Like those are the stories, right?
Yeah, he just did it before everyone had a camera phone in their pocket.
Had cameras right there, video and everything else. Even his daughters were at the beginning of that whole thing with iPhones and smartphones and whatnot, and they got caught up a couple of times doing shit that seemed a little shady. So, I'm sure W was just a fucking maniac.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the first presidential kids that it came out, they were doing drugs. and nobody cared was the Obama kids, where I think his oldest daughter was like, she took a puff of a joint at a concert.
Yeah.
A couple like journalists tried to be like, is this the kind of influence we want? And I feel like the public at large was like, go fuck yourself. Who cares? Who absolutely cares if if Malia or Sasha, whichever
also,
one
they
it was,
were minors. Like, I don't know. I try to give a little distance to minors when they're, if the presidential kid is 40, then that's different. Mm-hmm. But if they're 17, dude, hands off. I didn't. No one gave Barron that hard a time that I can recall, and I think that's appropriate.
I think one person did. One person
I'm sure,
gave him shit, and it was like, oh boy, and they caught holy hell, and everyone left them alone. It's like Amy Carter. Jimmy Carter's daughter was just the goofiest looking little kid, and they put her in there, and everyone was like, could you please just leave this poor kid alone?
What's the Clinton kid name?
Chelsea.
Oh yeah, Chelsea. Yeah, Chelsea
she was
too.
Not gifted with good looks,
frizzy hair and the teeth and everything. And that was another one. People were pretty hands off with her.
I think remember it differently. I thought that
Rush Limbaugh fucked with her a lot and said some shit.
They gave her a hard time for being ugly a lot, and she wasn't 18 yet.
That's mean.
I mean, SNL did a bit. SNL did a bit about Amy Carter back when she was the first daughter, and I think Lorraine Newman played her, and it was about how she was going to school and the Secret Service were just beating the living shit out of anyone that looked at her sideways or anything, and it was pretty funny. But they kind of made her up to look pretty goofy. Lorraine Newman, I
don't like that.
It beats shooting people on movie sets.
Barron Trump kind of snuck under the goal line there because he was too young to be doing anything other than like Legos and Connects throughout the whole thing, wasn't he?
No,
what was he, like 13 by the end of it?
I don't know. He looked 21.
I mean, that
was 7 feet tall by the end of the presidency. Jesus Christ. He did grow up pretty quick.
Barron Trump height, #1 search.
No, he's fucking huge. He's fucking huge.
He's 15 now. He's younger than I thought.
So he was only 10 when Trump got in.
Yeah, he's probably like 14 when he finished. So a little young to cause any real dumb stuff.
He's apparently, as of July 8th, 2021, this 15-year-old is 6'7".
Jeez.
Are you joking?
That's what it says. Newest Trump Tower. Barron shows off his 6'7" height in New York City.
I wonder if he's really that tall.
I mean, have you Trump is a short guy. Trump's also 0.5%.
Not 5%. Trump lies about his height.
I'm saying Trump's not a short guy, but he's not 6'3", but he towers over his dad.
Yeah.
Like he's got that Melania 6 foot tall Slovakian genes in there.
Yeah.
Like look at that normal man next to his mom.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Barron. Yeah, he is huge. And oh boy.
And he's got the face.
I know what you're thinking. I'm thinking it too.
He's going through let's just say he's going through an awkward phase.
He is.
Poor little kid.
His face is still in that awkward phase enough that you can see this growth is not done.
Yeah,
no.
I mean, I'm 6'7". If his dad's 6'2", it's not a bad guess.
He's going to be one of those guys that's like, well, I started growing when I was 4 years old. It just didn't stop. They finally found my pituitary gland had a problem. That guy.
People thought it would be cool being this tall, but people were afraid of me.
I was on this swim team, and I swam with a 12-year-old who was like 6'4". And he had to bring his birth certificate to meets because people didn't they didn't believe he should be swimming against other 12-year-olds.
It's freakish.
Every once in a while, there's like those freakish kids. There was a funny clip on the internet years and years ago of like some Samoan kid playing football, like very young kids. They're all like 8, and like this kid was 2 heads bigger than everyone, and the only play the team with the Samoan kid did was give it to that kid, and no one could stop him. He was like going out of his way to knock down blockers as he's running to the end zone. He's like taking a slant towards a cornerback who's running away, so he can barrel him down and then go back. It's just so fucking funny. But that can't be fun as a kid on the other team.
No. Dude, that was the worst though. Like when you succeed as a young athlete, I heard this stat, Taylor. Maybe you've heard it. Something like 80% of the NHL was born like January to March. Have you heard that before?
No, I never heard about that.
So the deal is, throughout life, they were always like a few months older than everybody else because they're born in January and February. And that made them a little more developed. It gave them a little more coaching attention. They were used to dominating the ice, and then that stuck. It's one of the number one like predictors in NHL success. Like they're all born in the first 2 months.
I wonder if they do that. Like they try to get their wives pregnant a certain time, 9 months. They get a little Gretzky.
He's gonna be an all-star,
right?
I knew a kid that was in my grade who was a year older than everyone, and his parents kept him back specifically so he'd be better at sports.
Oh yeah.
Like they say things like that. He probably wasn't doing well. That probably
that'd be a great excuse, right? I'm holding the boy back. He's gonna.
There's a kid in my grade who's absolutely doing well.
He's over there.
This kid was an above average student, and he was a world-class wrestler in my grade. We do these like, what did you do this summer? And he's like, I went to Moscow and wrestled against the Russians.
All of them. Just all of Russia.
He would win too. Yeah, it was like, yeah. Anyway, super good. He won 100 matches in a row or something like that.
Jesus
over the
Christ.
course. Yeah,
Did he go anywhere with it?
He wrestled D1, but I think he got an injury in college or something. And he was all American, but he wasn't like what everyone thought he was going to be, Olympian and such.
Is there any money in being like an Olympic wrestler? I don't imagine you'd get like many. Like it's not that huge of a market.
There's money in it for the top one. There's a guy named Jordan Burroughs who's making a lot of money as a top wrestler, but like if you're just some bronze medalist, there's no money in it. They should change the outfits. I think if wrestlers wore board shorts, that it'd be so much easier to watch.
No, other direction. Ancient Greek style, naked.
Naked. Greco-Roman wrestle.
That's how they did it back in the day.
Were they naked?
They were so naked. Yeah, naked, no, they were naked. They were naked.
The wall.
That was like the first like.
I mean, there's an obvious handle here. Could you use it?
Oh yeah.
Well, you weren't supposed to. Like if you read the Wikipedias on the first couple Olympics in ancient Greece and all the rules they had to change, like after Olympics 1, they're like, all right, you can't sit on an opponent and break his fingers until he gives up. That's rule 1. Like, all right, next Olympics, all right, you can no longer like try and shove as much of your fist as possible in his asshole and until he gives up, or you can't attempt to actively gouge out the eyes of an opponent. So like very funny, like little things and you're just naked.
Through that. There used to be the only rules were like no eye gouges, and
everybody had fun
on the help of a falcon.
Yeah, you were literally out to punching people's nuts. And there's a guy, I think his name's Joe San. I forget. Dude, you should see him. They had him in side control, so the other guy's like on his back, and he's just taking nut shot after nut shot after nut shot. Just raining down, punching that guy in the balls. And then it turned out the guy getting punched in the balls, rapist.
Yeah, rapist. I love that story. I've seen that YouTube video so many times. Like, the guy's like, you're watching him get punched in the balls, and you're like, oh, that poor man. And then they're like, the man receiving the blows, convicted rapist. Yeah, like, and then they give his name and show his mugshot and everything. And it wasn't one of those like rapes that we can usually forgive. Like
right, they're both 13.
But it was 18-year-old, his 17-year-old sweetheart Becky Klein was
right. Yeah, like, you're like,
oh no. He's like the real kind of rapist. He's like drugged some woman out of a fucking parking garage or something, like fucking Tony Soprano's. Soprano's fucking therapist.
Dr. Melfi in the stairwell. I wrestling when I was going to school, regular gym class, they would take the year and play a little baseball, you'd play a little football, this, that, the other thing. And then wrestling was one of them. And I just wanted no part of this. And it was, it starts off, I was on all fours, and the person puts their arm around you and grabs your arm. And this guy immediately took the arm that was around my waist, went right between my legs from the back and picked me up. And I'm just like, it hurts so fucking bad. He's grabbing my balls. I'm like fucking 9. It was terrible. And he slams me down on the mat. I'm like, yeah, I don't want any part of this. This wrestling thing. And from then I know nothing about wrestling. Don't want to watch it. When you bring up the the uniform thing. It's hilarious because it is just ridiculously.
It's not a good look.
I don't know, not a good look. Yeah.
When I was a freshman, the wrestling coaches were making like a full court press trying to get me on the team. They're like, "Woody, you should be a wrestler. You should come out." And my ego's growing. I'm like, they must see some potential in me. What they saw was a 98-pound weakling who could make weight at 98 pounds. They were just taking forfeits every match, and they're like, "He won't do worse than a forfeit."
Shit!
They saw that in me.
Have you seen
they should have been like you don't even have to put on the outfit. Okay, show up in your jumpsuit. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
The token skinny kid.
Yeah, probably.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
A lot.
You're absolutely right about those like that outfit they're wearing. Is it a singlet? Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
it's
called a singlet.
Oh, it's so bad. Like forget about that moose knuckle that those guys are always trying to like get a hold of. Whenever I see them like actively digging for the asshole as well as a point of leverage, that's a bad look too. But
there are photos of guys like holding someone, and they like the hole. It's just gone.
It's the bowling ball grip.
They're in there.
They're in there. There's some penetration going on.
I don't know.
You're not a man until you've wrestled.
I'm trying to find that picture. Have you ever seen that bike team that's all standing there next to each other in their like red singlets, and like it looks like their penis position is like a clock, like when you see all those clocks on the wall, the FBI, all the different times, and like all of them place their penis in different directions.
Paris and Moscow.
That's hilarious.
I'm trying
to shop, do you think?
No, it's just really fun. I keep trying to find it, and it's just taking me to r/bicycling. And the question is, where do you put your penis?
Yeah, it's no good. Like the UFC used to have that problem. Like way back when you'd see guys wearing like a bikini brief or something, like coming out like looking ridiculous. Like it's no good.
Back. Yeah,
that's no good.
They would wear what professional wrestlers wore at the time.
Yeah,
it's kind of like an oversized racing swimsuit. Yeah,
and that doesn't make sense for wrestling either. These guys are supposed to be like honky tonk visiting pickup truck driving man's men, and then they pull off their clothes and they're wearing the girliest like outfit ever. They've got like these little bicycling shorts on, and they're all waxed and greased up.
Even the outfits they wear now, which are pretty much bicycling shorts, I'm not digging it. I don't like it that much. I can see why you choose it.
Put on a pair of pants.
Honestly, I just linked the picture. Zach, don't show that. There's so much dick showing. I don't think we can even show this on YouTube. You can see like the guy in the middle. His balls are on separate sides of the split.
Yeah, I think the two guys on the right talk to each other beforehand. They're pointing in exactly the same direction.
Talk, you think, huh?
You're going left, right?
Where are you going? Where are you putting yours today?
I'm going up. Well, I'm not going down like that idiot second from the left. And I don't know what sort of mangled mess is happening in the far left guy. It doesn't even look normal over there.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he somehow pointing up and folded over? I don't know.
I don't know. There's like a gap between where his balls are and where his dick shaft would go, and then it appears. But either way, the Bulgarian national, they spelled Bulgarian wrong. Wow. So not even trying. Either way, this is just as bad as wrestling outfits, and I think that they would expand their viewership if they were to just wear shorts, to Woody's point.
Yeah.
Just wear shorts.
Yeah. Also, and maybe I'm gay, but if the dudes were topless and you saw like Olympic wrestling physiques, that would somehow be interesting to me. Like I like to see that. I like to judge what people are working with.
All right, how about this? How about this as an outfit? Like this is where we'd meet in the middle. What about that Andre the Giant style thing with one strap?
Right.
I want them in board shorts. They should dress like surfers.
Well, see, he had like these big man panties on that were black. Like, can we pull up a picture of Andre the Giant in his costume for us, Zach? Like
Andre the Giant was hiding his body fat in that thing.
Okay, and also, it looks so uncomfortable.
Issue, Woody, he grew up in fucking Bulgaria or something. Like, I'm sure his diet wasn't great. France.
I think they were going for a caveman look with him.
Yeah.
That one strap thing. They're like, like an animal.
That's what wrestling needs. Look at that.
It's
not a good look.
It's too small on him. Look, you can see the fat of the thigh and the fat of the pelvis meeting there.
That's muscle.
I mean, in his case, in his disorder or whatever, that might actually be muscle, because all the interviews of them, they'll be like Jake the Snake or some wrestler was on Joe Rogan a while back. I just watched the clip of him talking about Andre, because Andre's a fascinating guy to learn about. And they'll be like, yeah, like we all fancied ourselves like real strong guys, big guys. And then Andre would just come in and really demonstrate that you did not belong there with him in any sort of real capacity. Like he'd just grab you
as punishment. Was it Jake the Snake? I forget. He
slammed someone really hard or something like that, right?
Yeah. Someone either talked smack or irritated one of his friends. So in the match, he just beat the shit out of him until he was satisfied.
I know he had issues with the Macho Man Randy Savage, right? Because like
that might be it.
Because Randy Savage, I guess, liked the oil a lot. He liked to get all oiled up, like a lot of those guys did back then. And Andre hated the oil. And yeah, no oil. But yeah,
he had one of those voices.
Oh, it sounds like he's like gargling marbles with the deepest voice ever.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be like an example of like Macho Man, like clearly acting and not being 100% sure if Andre was acting too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
We're like, this guy doesn't like me.
I just watched Princess Bride last week. And like, even in that movie, his back was so bad that he's not doing a lot of like the major, like he's not doing the horse riding, obviously, but he's not doing a few of the other, like when it came time to like catch the princess, like that's not him. There's a bunch of stuff that he's actually not doing.
Oh yeah. He was gone by then.
He was French, by the way. Very surprising.
Yeah.
Speaking of movies, have you seen Dune yet, Kyle?
I have not seen Dune.
I won't spoil it. I've thought about this in advance, so I can talk about it without spoiling it.
Okay.
Dune is a hot pile of garbage. That is the worst fucking movie I've seen in 3 or 4 years from now.
Really?
Well, I hate to hear that. That's a shame.
It is 2.5 hours long. If I wanted to, I could tell you what happened in 45 seconds. You might wonder, what do they do with their 2.5 hours? It is slowly unfolding different CGI scenes, slowly unfolding a CGI desert. A CGI spaceship will slowly come into scene.
You know what's
Would you like to see the interior of a CGI room? Well, we're going to pan the camera up. I'm like hitting the 30-second forward button through this movie, just like, oh my God, I know I can't sit through another one of these. This is a guy who thinks the Marvel series is like the peak of cinematic history. And I am like, you guys are leaning too hard on the CGI.
I mean, people seem to like it. I don't know
wrong with me.
Okay. I'll look at the reviews then. There's a glimmer of hope left. Maybe Woody is just being Woody, and everything's okay. But no, I don't like what I've heard you say so far. I'll say this: the first one had the exact opposite problem, right? Like the movie begins with like a solid 90 seconds of just. It was the fourth age when the princess came to the navigators with a spice melange on the desert planet Arrakis. And like 80% of what I just said isn't even made up gobbledygook. And then it just goes on and there's this one period like in the middle of the movie or really like 3/4 of the way through where like Paul Atreides is working with the desert nomads and they're just like, and then he spent a few years becoming a badass. Like there's just like voiceover and it's just like, wait. Are we gonna skip the part where he does his Jedi training essentially and like ride giant sandworms? And they do. They're just like, yeah, then some time passed, in which time he became super hardcore. So just know now he's like a badass. And then they move along.
I'm thinking in advance so as I don't spoil anything. It'll be interesting to see what you think about that plot arc next time.
Yeah, I'll check it out. It out. You know, it's been one letdown after another this year. I watched the Sopranos movie, right? You know, the
Saints of Newark, I think.
Saints of Newark. The Dickie Moltisanti story, as I like to call it.
Right.
I didn't give a fuck about any of that. I thought his kid did a pretty good job, and I would have watched a movie that was just about him, which is what I thought I was getting into. Turns out I wasn't.
What was
that
good
sucked.
this year?
And then there's a couple more things. I'm trying to think what just came out that I thought was going to be good, and I haven't quite watched yet.
What's been good that I can remember is some TV shows. We both liked What If. I think we liked Loki.
Yeah.
Any other good TV shows? I don't recall.
There was that German one, Dark, that was pretty good about I'm watching foreign TV shows because nothing coming out of this country is good these days. It's a pretty cool show about, it involves time travel, but not in a machine kind of way. It's a lot more organic and different generations of the same person in the same place sometimes, and sometimes they're not. So it was kind of confusing to get a grasp of, but you eventually figure it out. And then the voice acting, because of course, the Korean, yes, but now when you watch the Korean movie that everyone loves, Squid Game, I watched that, and that's dubbed, and the voice acting is just awful. I liked it. It was an entertaining little short binge watch. But this one, they really did a good job with the voice acting. You forgot about it in no time. And Dark, the German sci-fi thing.
I'll check that out. There's not enough time travel shows.
Time travel is a topic, and it's hard to do well, right? You have to say, we're doing time travel. These are the time travel rules for this movie.
Right.
Because we can all, like, if we have instant time travel, then we can all solve every problem, it seems.
Yeah.
So they have to define why these problems are unsolvable.
And they do. There are certain rules that are in place that make it impossible to keep going back and resolving your problems that you got into. There were a couple of good movies though, like Primer was a good low budge.
We've talked about movie. Primer on this
we did
so many times.
We did.
I watched that movie. I don't understand it. I read the Wikipedia page, think I get it, watch it again. Read the Wikipedia page.
Dude,
I watch videos. I watch videos of people explaining the movie. Like that's how deep into it you have to get. But I thought they did a pretty good job of getting away with doing a time travel movie,
Okay. Dark, huh?
I need to rewatch Primer.
Dark, yeah, that was good.
Where did you find it? Was it Netflix?
Looks like it's on Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix.
I'll check that out. It looks
pretty
interesting. Good. Nothing else is jumping out at me. Netflix's Halloween movies are so bad they're not even campy because they're not trying to be campy.
I got annoying. one. Have you seen Psycho Goreman?
Psycho Goreman? That sounds great.
I haven't heard of it.
It's just a silly movie. It's really silly and it uses practical effects. I don't remember where I watched it. I might have watched it on Shudder because I think Taylor has Shudder.
I've got Shudder, yeah.
But I thought the part I liked was this little girl actor. She was so good and she's so cute and funny, and like she kind of carries the movie for me. But it's a silly premise. It's like her and her brother are digging in the backyard and basically find a monster called Psycho Goreman who like can destroy the whole universe. He's like a Thanos level
really
monster.
Called Psycho Goreman because
I think she might have named him. Well,
okay.
She may have named him.
It sounds like a kid's impression of a monster that is all powerful, very scary, and has a goofy name.
It looks like she gave him like his first name is Psycho and his last name is Gorman.
Yeah, pretty much. So she's got like, I don't know, the MacGuffin, the thing that whenever he's always like, I will destroy you, human. How dare you speak to me in this manner? And she's like, whatever, I've got the thing. And he's like, damn it. He's like, I will never let you die. You will live for centuries in agony. I will preserve your life force. She's like, yeah, okay, see you tomorrow. And he's just like, why isn't this little girl afraid of me? I'm really not liking this. Like he's
that's
threatening
a huge
her.
downside.
And like, it's not like he's bluffing or like he's not often giving prime examples of his like power level, because he's always just like literally like crushing policemen's bodies until like gore sprays everywhere and blowing people's heads up. And like he does like freeze this one guy in this perpetual existence of agony where he's just sitting there shivering in pain for eternity.
Oh God, yeah.
Like he does horrific things. But the little girl, she's like her imaginary friend or something, but she knows he's real. And like she'll be holding like a control object and he'll be like, oh, and she'll be like, hey, he's like, you almost had me there. He's like, damn it.
But these like literal lyric, like not lyrics, script, like He talks like that. I think.
Yeah. But he's always he's got that voice where he's just like, I could destroy this. I have destroyed many planets across the galaxy. I've feasted upon their eyes and raped their corpses and just all this horrific shit. And then she's like, "Oh, that sounds like fun. You want to go play hopscotch?" And he's like, "I will play hopscotch."
Kyle, what are you for Halloween?
Oh, I am.
What are you, Kyle?
Oh,
you are things around the house, man.
Things around the house, man.
Before the show, me and Kyle were in here earlier, and Kyle sees me in my cow outsuit with my slaughterhouse background. He's like, oh, "It's the Halloween episode, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna text someone and have them bring me something." They immediately fall through, and so like 2 minutes before you guys jump in, he's like, oh, "Okay, I can do something," and he's got something. Finds a green wig, sunglasses,
and I've got my apocalypse cloak. Like from Princess Bride.
And like Taylor, you are cuddly cow?
Just a cow. Yeah.
Just a cow.
Cow and see his near future in this room.
I knew that obviously I knew Halloween was coming up, but because it's kind of awkwardly Thursday kind of falls awkwardly, I thought next week was the Halloween episode until yesterday or the day before or whatever. Tuesday.
Yeah, me too.
And,
Ricky Bobby, I'll take a spin. Hold on.
And then,
nice.
Then, I
wonderbred racing outfit.
Just overslept today. Woody made his today too. He's just really
he made
good.
it today.
He's just really good.
Yeah, Woody, you made that, didn't you?
Let's go with that.
Yeah. He was slaving over a sewing machine.
Yeah, we start recording at 7 p.m. At 6:30 p.m., both Woody and I realized we didn't have a costume. And Woody just came through a lot better than I did.
No, I bought this early in anticipation of COVID delays. I've had this since I might have got this in August.
He got this months ago. I remember him being like,
and I was
I'm going to order my Halloween costume now. And I was like, just get it the week before, you psychopath. And now
look where that gets
around the house, man.
Things Around the House Man is a hilarious costume.
Dude, honestly though, like that kind of costume, if you were a kid and you showed up at my house, you're not getting candy.
Oh shit!
There has to be a theme.
Oh, everybody gets candy. That's the secret they don't tell you. When I was like getting to be too cool for costumes, like ninth grade, I went trick or treating as a student, and I just literally took my backpack and used it to carry candy.
That's low.
That's a lame costume.
Awful. That's worse than Things Found Around the House, man.
It is the worst costume, but I was a student.
As a kid, I know I've said this before, probably previous Halloween episodes, but I remember as a kid hating, like I loved all the free candy, but like the like having to tell a joke. That's good.
You're Billie Eilish. All right.
Billie Eilish.
I'm Billie Eilish. Yeah.
Pre-planned. So I didn't know. Like I remember being like, Halloween's awesome. I love it. I hate the part where you have to tell the people a joke to get your candy. And I thought that was around the entire country that people had to do that. That's just apparently not even a Missouri thing, just in the St. Louis area. And so like, I remember like maybe one of you said it, like, you're like, yeah, you didn't tell jokes to get candy. It's like, what? They just gave it to you? Cause I remember hating that. You'd like show up to the house that would hand out soda. Oh, now
there
who's
go.
Are we Top Gun over
Valor?
here?
Oh, okay. He's got the alien Nostromo jacket. Very cool.
Nostromo, yeah.
Ooh, cool.
Wayland Yutani.
I like
Got
it.
The yeah, there it is. Good.
Man, took Anthony a third the time to get a way better costume.
It's a Halloween special. So I fucked up. Girlfriend's wondering, what are you doing wearing a fucking...
For like the 5th year in a row, we haven't told our guest if we're bringing
and we don't address it in the first hour ever either.
No, it's just like, yeah, I actually thought that at first. I was like, why the fuck are they dressed like, that? And then, oh yeah, Halloween. I don't really, Halloween. Especially I'm in an apartment now. Who the fuck? It's going to be no trick-or-treaters or anything, so who gives a shit?
You had to probably sell a huge amount of your stuff or either put it in storage. When do you think you'll finally make the move?
when I find a place, that's a suitable residence, it's it sucks because you got to go down there.
We should go shopping for your next place online on the show. I don't see how that can go wrong.
Oh no, of course not.
We'll find one that's
pull up Zillow and share it with everybody as we look for your place.
I love like looking at Zillow randomly. Like every month or two, I'll do this where I spend like hours and hours at night looking at Zillow, like imagining being really rich.
Did you see
like
the
I'll
SNL
set
bit about
like
this?
low. No, I don't watch SNL, but I'll set like the lowest acceptable one to like $5.5 million and just see what they have.
The lowest price,
just to see, and then like look in the like Tampa area or like somewhere in California.
Yeah.
I wouldn't spend it there. You can get a huge amount in the South for like $5 million.
Oh,
it's like what Mark Zuckerberg lives in. Like that
I was
size.
like 5% serious when I was shopping for houses. I ended up getting this one, but I was like, okay, I can't afford like a really good castle. But but like I've seen castles that aren't that big a deal.
I wouldn't be the king castle. I'd be kind of an answer. I'd be like a viscount.
I'd be a duke or something. I could be duke of whatever rednecks.
Everybody hates you because you're the castle guy, but they can't stop you because you're the castle guy.
What are they gonna do? They don't have a moat.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Like there's probably a law against building a moat around your house and filling it with animals, like alligators or something.
Certain places. I think there's still some cities and states that you could probably do whatever the fuck you want.
You're like getting interviewed by the news. Well, I didn't think that they could just crawl out. Just plague your neighborhood.
Turns out alligators go on land too.
Yeah.
Nobody knew.
It was a huge oversight, and we're gonna take a lesson from it and make corrections.
Yes, and I apologize to that trick and treating family.
How many times do I have to say I'm sorry? It's not gonna bring your son back.
In fairness, he was dressed as a Hershey's bar.
The gator is still the gator's still chewing.
It takes a while because we got to fly down there when there's some prospects and take a look at them. There's a virtual tour that you could take of some of the houses, but you really do have to go down there at some point. And then there's finding the right house, and then if it's on a half an acre, that sucks. Or you get a nice 25 acres and the house is not what you want. And shit like that. So I'm looking for a good balance.
Acres, but for some reason they built the house like 25 yards off the main road.
Yeah,
we had one of those when we were shopping. Like, this sucks. We have all this land behind the house and no privacy.
It's like the Pet Cemetery house where the kid runs into the road.
Dude, I watched the new Pet Cemetery, and I mean, it's not good, but my memory of it was like being horrified when I was like probably 8 or 9 watching the original one, and like having trouble going to bed that night after seeing that kid get clobbered by the cemetery.
Oh,
like
brutal.
Because like I think that was probably the first movie in my life where a child died like that.
Yeah,
like my little like heuristic 8-year-old mind was like, oh no, child safe, and then not only is the child not safe, then the child comes back as an absolute ghoul who wants to murder and kill, and then you quickly lose empathy for the child. Because
I don't need children to be safe. I'm fine with killing children. I liked Hunger Games as much as the next guy. But the dogs should be safe. I don't like to see them die.
Yeah.
Little Gage, the little kid Gage from Pet Cemetery. And he was in Kindergarten Cop. So it's like you see him as this horrific little kid cutting people's Achilles tendons on their ankle, and then he's just an adorable little kid in Kindergarten Cop. So yeah.
I remember taking like
took the out of it.
I remember taking like unrealistically big swoops with my legs to get off the bed for like a few days after having seen that because of the just.
Oh, that was a terrible scene.
It was.
Yeah, there are some scenes that just like, oh shit, that one will stick with you.
Mm-hmm. The new It, that wasn't very good. It didn't impress me. The old It is better, and the old It also isn't a very good movie.
It's awful. You mean like the TV miniseries?
There isn't a 2. I haven't seen it though.
Well, it's all the same story, right?
I know. I'm saying, but they split it into 2. I stopped after the first one.
Yeah, I read the book in prison. It was really really weird because you get to that underage orgy.
Oh God, yeah.
It's more of a train that they run, really.
Yeah,
and that comes out of nowhere.
It doesn't have anything to do with the plot. Like if you
I really
found
only
out
want to
something...
read that part of the book. It's the only part I'm curious about.
I mean, it's only like 2 pages.
I'll have to Google it.
Yeah,
but who was the
Stephen
editor
King's
for
a
that?
weirdo.
He is a weirdo. Like
He's
that
a
book
weird
is
fuck.
that book is 1,200 pages long, and the editor wasn't like, Stephen, can we lose the child sex scene? It doesn't have anything to do with the no. We like if something creepy came out about Stephen King in real life, no one would be surprised.
Yeah,
fuck her good.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
No one would be shocked if something creepy came out about Stephen King. Like the groundwork is set. There's like a lot of his books have just needless, really weird, gross sex stuff. But then again, so does this show.
So bad. His movies are so fucking bad that he has anything to do with it. People just buy like the script or buy the book and then have a screenwriter take care of it. Like Shawshank is a brilliant movie.
Yeah.
Not many people even know that's Stephen King. But when he does something and he's involved and he thinks he's going to do his Hitchcock cameo in there and everything, it's so embarrassing, everything he's done that he's involved with.
Was he involved with The Shining at all, or is that why The Shining's so good?
He's not involved.
No, not at all. Except for the one he remade to, because he hated the one Kubrick did. So he was going to do a better job.
He hated the one Kubrick did?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
The one Kubrick did is meant to be a slap in the face to King.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought it was a great movie.
And he's like, Jack Nicholson, Stanley Kubrick, fuck that. I'm getting the guy from Wings. And,
and it was like one of the women from like Full House or something. I don't remember like what the rest of the casting was, but it was like this made for TV casting.
Wasn't she the girl from Risky Business, the blonde prostitute girl?
It could have been. I've only seen it once. That's the one where instead of an axe, they use a croquet mallet, right?
Yeah, and the hotel isn't like the friggin' Overlook Hotel in Kubrick's movie was amazingly scary. This one's like, what is this, a Motel 6? Like it's all done on the budge, on the cheap, and it looked every bit of it.
You mentioned Risky really Business. I wonder if Tom Cruise would have even been a star if he refused to do the underwear dance. Because that movie, like that was the best part of the movie, right? It was the
put him over.
Thing. The parents leave the house, and this is his misbehaving. He might have never become Tom Cruise if he didn't do the underwear dance.
It did put him over. Yeah, that movie was like huge. And Scientology, of course, put him over.
Yeah, I like that he does his own stunts.
Yeah.
I mean, who is that other actor who was talking about like, no, I don't do my own stunts. I want to make sure there are jobs for the stuntmen. Like, Kyle, you would know better than
Alec Baldwin. poor bastard.
I feel bad for the poor bastard too. I'm afraid I'm like the liberal on this call, but like, dude, they told him the gun was clear, and then it wasn't. And he's the actor, right? There's someone else in charge of this.
Hey, you know what? You know what thought I just had?
Go ahead.
Do you think he said something cool right before he pulled the trigger?
I hope so. Make my day.
Oh God, make my day. Oh shit.
I mean, he probably did. He's an actor.
Yeah.
Probably said something.
He was practicing, I think, practicing a cross draw. Yeah, they were in the church set. He was practicing a cross draw from his left to right, I guess, and the gun was loaded. And when he pulled the trigger, the cinematographer was right in front of him, went through her into the director, one bullet, and no one can really figure out why there was live ammo on the set, never mind in the friggin' gun at the time. But I have some theories. This girl that they had in charge of the weapons was unbelievably incompetent and not ready for the job.
Yeah.
And obviously you guys are familiar with guns. A Western revolver, you don't pop the cylinder out and spin it and look. You have to open a gate on a Western revolver, and you see one chamber at a time. And you literally have to go click, 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 and look at every single one to make sure it's empty. I bet someone opened the gate and went, oh, it's empty. saw one empty chamber and then put it down and said, "Oh yeah, that's a cold gun." And
that's a good theory. The sheriff of the county that it happened in is not ruling out criminal charges against Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. I mean, he is the guy that pulled the trigger, and it was pointed at someone, and who knows?
I don't think anything will come of that.
I don't think so either.
I could see how maybe someone wouldn't rule it out, even if he just doesn't want to close that door. Like if I'm president and they say, Woody, are you willing to nuke someone? I'm like, everything's on the table, right? Why would I disarm myself in that regard?
Right.
So that might have been what he was doing, but I still feel like, look, someone's guilty of negligence.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't think it's Alec Baldwin.
Well, I think Kyle was the one who told us, or maybe it wasn't Kyle, maybe I read this, that the reason the woman was hired as the armorer is because her dad was a famous armorer in Hollywood, and they kind of were just like, well, you do it. And she, I think, to her credit, I think like she even said she wasn't qualified to do this. Like I'm not qualified to handle.
So I didn't say that. That's new information to me. But the idea that your armorer on the movie or TV show or whatever was like, I'm not fit for this job. Like
I could do that job.
Let's not feel bad.
Any of us could do that job.
Well, I mean, better than her.
No shit. I bet I could leave without someone dead.
There's a fan of the show who is an armorer for Hollywood. His name's actually, maybe I shouldn't name him, but we all know who we're talking about. Except poor Anthony. And there's a lot to it. Like when he has people even use blanks, he controls the angles at which they shoot. Like they don't even shoot blanks at each other.
No,
it's a camera trick to sort of make it look like they're pointed at each other, and that's part of the safety protocol that he ensures happens. So maybe I would fuck that job up, but at least there wouldn't be real bullets in the guns.
Yeah,
there's supposed to be so many redundancies in how they check the guns, and the second you hand it off, that person is supposed to check the gun to make sure it's empty. Because you hear, oh, it's a prop gun. How does a prop gun? They're real guns. These are real firing, actual guns. As a matter of fact, another thing that they did that was fucked up was target practice. They were shooting cans with the guns that they were using the next day to film with actual live ammo, and they're plinking cans with these guns. So there was live ammo in the set. They said that they had mixed. They had found a tray of blanks and live ammo in one of the trailers. There isn't even supposed to be live ammo on the set. Like that isn't even supposed to be there. But again, there are so many things. The assistant director was the one that handed the weapon to Alec Baldwin. He's not supposed to do that. He didn't check the gun beforehand. He just assumed it was empty. So, there's a chain of custody there, I think, that everyone fucked up.
I really hope it was some really creepy quip that he made, and it's going to have to get played in court like over and over. Like, smoke on this, Montoya. And then it's just, no!
He's like, I gave me the shoe. He's like, I'm going to get you. Can you imagine? Bang. Like, look out.
On the cheap, they said, a lot of people on the crew said they had seen for weeks that it was bad.
What if his line was, "You'll never prove I did this on purpose"?
That was a line that they cut from the film. That was
quick, write that in the script. Jesus Christ, help me out here.
I mean, that would look horrible for him. What if he said, "I'm going to kill you"?
Oh God.
Then that would prove guilt. But I don't think that happened. It seems more. I saw the picture of him. He seemed really torn up about having just obviously killed someone.
Did he look upset?
Yeah. He looked. He was giving the normal response of having just accidentally killed someone.
Donald Trump Jr. is selling shirts that say guns don't kill people. Alec Baldwin kills people.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
so bad.
I don't want to wear one of those.
Alec Baldwin, I don't know. He does seem like an arrogant prick. He's been in the news so many times for being a piece of shit and treating his daughter like shit, and then the press, and he drops the F word for a gay guy that was photographing him, and shit like that. Over the years, we've seen that, but you just don't want to see somebody have to go through that. The family, first of all, the woman, and unless he woke up that day and goes, God, I want to fucking kill somebody today. He probably feels bad about it.
We should really just
imagine so.
the things he does on purpose, hold him more accountable for those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I bet it'll blow over, and like nothing will really come of it that much, other
Here's
than
what I
like
think.
new rules about armorers on set and new contingencies.
Possibly,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. My interest in this movie Rust is way higher than it would have been otherwise. I kind of want to see it now. Okay, it's rough that she's dead, but it's very good commercially.
Yeah, everyone wants to see it now.
Yeah,
for some reason. We were talking about on my show. We were talking about the fact that they're trying to now use it to get real guns completely removed from sets. CGI, you could use it for the muzzle flash and the smoke and everything. It's like, first of all, I don't know. I think when even actors are in a room and you're hearing boom, 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 like a gun fight is going on, that sound probably gets you pretty revved up, and the smoke and the smell of gunpowder and stuff. And it's very hard to really fake the kick of a gun and
that's true.
You know, just the smoke in the room and how it dissipates, just shit like that. But then I look at movies and we played the clip of Sonny Corleone being killed at the toll booth, and it's like there's so many guns going off, so many explosive squibs under his clothes, and no one died on that fucking set. You know, so I think for the most part, there's a pretty good safety record when it comes to guns in film.
Yeah,
also,
this seems like a freak thing.
I don't have it. I'm making this up, but I feel like the overlap between people with actual gun expertise and experience and Hollywood actors is not what you need it to be.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin probably doesn't know shit about guns.
No,
I would guarantee he doesn't know shit about guns.
He knows a little bit more than he knew a few days ago.
Touche.
And
every day he's learning something new.
And they're like, "Oh, the gun malfunctioned." It's like that gun did exactly what it was supposed to do. The trigger was pulled, perfectly. And it threw a piece of lead into a person. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. It was a misfire. It was this. It's like, no, that was a fuck up. That was
it was a damn good shot.
Yeah,
yeah, dude, he got collateral. Those are rare.
Yeah. Double kill.
Hopefully.
Maybe not. like playing Call of Duty when everyone comes running through one door.
Yeah, put that shot in a montage to let the bodies hit the floor. Like 2008 COD video. I mean, it really reveals how truly nothing they knew about guns, or even the armor, or whoever loaded it. If you put a huge bowl of blanks and live ammo and you mix it all up, all four of us are going to have 100% accuracy of only picking the blanks and putting it in the gun, because it doesn't
work with a blank.
They don't even look.
They look nothing alike.
They just look like a round that's crimped at the top. There's no lead. There's no, it's the actual brass that's just crimped into a little point at the tip. That's about it. Some of them use wax or some other sealer, but you would know in a second. The closest thing I think is like a wad cutter. Those you might mistake. Somebody that doesn't know what they're doing might mistake a flat wad cutter for a blank, but I've
read that blanks are really dangerous for about a foot. Like you couldn't put one on your temple and shoot it.
Ask John Eric Hexum. He was a actor back in the 80s, was doing a movie and took a gun with blanks in it, pulled out 5 of the blanks, left one in, spun the cylinder and went, hey, click, boom, it went off. And the energy from the blank put a piece of his skull right into his brain. So his skull was the actual projectile into his brain, and it killed him. Yeah.
Badass.
It killed him.
That is some fucked up shit. He's an idiot. And then the Brandon Lee. Lee
I just heard about that one recently. I guess there was is it called a squib shot, when the bullet gets stuck in the barrel, and then a blank was fired behind the bullet that was stuck in the barrel, and there was a bullet that shot him. It just wasn't in the cartridge.
They needed the front of the gun to look like it was loaded with real ammo. So they took the powder out of the rounds, popped the lead back in, and then you look at the front of a revolver, you can see the lead. They didn't deactivate or pull the primers. So the primer charge was enough to dislodge the round and put it into the barrel. Then when they went for the money shot and dumped all the blanks out and put or dumped all the fake bullets out and put the blanks in, It was just waiting for the blank energy to propel the round now that's in the barrel with just about the same speed as a bullet right into Brandon Lee's abdomen there. And then they left him laying there while the rest of the scene played out because they thought he was just acting.
And that is understandable.
Yeah. God, great job, Brandon. Great job,
dude. I believed it.
If it happened to Daniel Day-Lewis, he'd be dead for an hour before anybody noticed. Like, man, the man's a fucking artist. Look at him. He's still in there.
Brilliant.
Like we already finished lunch. Look at him.
He brought his own blood packets.
I don't even see his chest moving up and down. It's amazing the dedication this man has.
I've never heard a death rattle. When he said, "Please help me," I'm not lying. I'm not acting.
My name is Daniel Day-Lewis, the actor, and I'm mortally wounded. We were like, "Fuck the way he keeps in character."
And the crazy thing was, I believed him. He sold it to me so hard. Oh, please help.
He wrote "help me" in his own blood on the floor.
I mean, we put it up to great improv. We didn't know. Are there any other examples of actors dying on set other than like there was that chariot one, right? Ben-Hur, or maybe it was not Ben-Hur.
Oh, right, God, so was there
I think there was a chariot race where people died.
Oh, Twilight Zone movie, yeah.
Twilight Zone's the best one, and by best I mean worst.
Terrible.
So they were filming the scene in like very shallow water, but there was a helicopter. That's the crux of the issue.
It was a Vietnam scene with Vic Morrow and two kids that weren't even supposed to be on set at that hour.
Children.
The child actor, they paid no attention. They got some local kids from wherever shithole they were filming this in.
Yep.
And Vic Morrow is supposed to have one kid under each arm or something and run out of this lake, this shallow lake, while the helicopter hovered above. And they shot off a couple of flares. One apparently hit the tail rotor of the copter, and this thing just went pew, 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 came right down on top of Vic Morrow and the two kids, decapitating Vic Morrow and killing the other two kids. I've seen
the video of it hitting.
Oh yeah.
Taylor,
I'm watching it right now.
It couldn't hit them more squarely.
Oh God!
You know how in a movie, like how the car will always like hit the tree perfectly, so that it like splits in two, and you're like, come on, it would hit the rear end or the front end, or like somehow like the guy jumps the motorcycle through like a keyhole in a tower. You're like, come on, something would hang up.
Oh, it
dude! If they had tried to crash this on them, they couldn't have done it more square. Like
the pilot was fucking like all the way in. He was just making sure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, it was pretty bad. Yeah, Vic Morrow, by the way, a little trivia. The father of Jennifer Jason Leigh, the Stacy from Fast Times at Ridgemont High, the blonde girl.
Oh well, that's true.
And Hateful Eight, she was in that too.
Yeah.
I was just reading about like television and film accidents. 27 animals were killed during The Hobbit.
Wow, shit.
On purpose?
Several goats and sheep fell into a sinkhole under the farm. One horse was hobbled and left on the ground for 3 hours. Another was killed after falling off an embankment. One horse had the skin and muscles of her leg torn off from wire fencing. Several chickens were mauled to death by unsupervised dogs and trampled by large. A global protest by PETA for
fucking Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin got one kill. 27 animals we're talking about.
Wait, is this the newest Hobbit?
New Zealand,
right? 212 to 14.
Wow. I mean, those movies were not worth the lives of even one chicken. Those movies were fucking awful.
No, The Hobbit was awful.
The Expendables has like every Expendables film has had a couple of decent ones, but my favorite is Jason Statham was driving a truck and the brakes went out and it crashed into the Black Sea. But isn't he like an Olympic diver? He just swam out unharmed.
Of course he did.
Yeah, Jason Statham.
Yeah, that's Jason Statham. He's a man of men.
He is a man, isn't he?
Man of men. Fucking gang.
He's an honorary American.
Have you ever seen Milo and Otis?
Of course. Oh, they
Kyle,
lost
I
so
know
many
you've
cats.
seen
They
that.
lost so many cats and puppies.
Yeah, Milo and Otis. I loved it as a kid. It says that several Australian animal rights organizations raised allegations of animal cruelty, and it says there was an alleged killing of more than 20 kittens during production. There was an allegation that a producer intentionally broke a cat's paw to make it appear unsteady on its feet for a scene.
Oh my God!
Other sources were the source of the
method
controversy
actor, that
were
cat.
a scene of a cat falling off a cliff and trying to climb back up. They say that a cat died then. A scene of a pug fighting a bear. They say a pug died then.
Pug fighting a bear.
My money was on the bear all along.
The
Turns
bear's
out, bear wins.
undefeated.
Who was the animal wrangler for that? Dr. Fauci?
You just keep throwing pug after pug at the bear until the last one wins.
It's only a 5-second scene, but these pugs have no stick-to-itiveness. just a pile of dead pugs.
Oh my God, Kyle! How many thousands of pugs would it take before that bear is like, I'm exhausted? Yeah, you got me.
This is like that trillion lions versus the sun thing. Like there's no amount of pugs that are going to take down a bear.
Right? Yeah.
10,000.
Especially one on one.
Yeah. Maybe all of them at once, but that doesn't look good on film. It's
Yeah. And
one
even then,
pug.
First 500, he just swats away.
Oh,
I mean, but can you
God, they
imagine?
didn't
Like you're shooting a children's movie about the adventures of Milo and Otis, and you're like hobbling cats so that they can't climb up an
Crippling them,
embankment,
yeah.
and then it dies,
Yeah.
and you
Dude,
just go, it looks the same as all the other fucking cats we have. Boom.
That's a really cool movie.
New
I
one.
watched that when I was a very young child. Anybody out there who's never seen it, Milo and Otis, check that shit out. It's a little taste of what the 80s was like.
I remember liking it a lot.
But speaking of
That's
cats,
so funny.
Anthony, I noticed your cat twice. It's
Yeah.
spotted like a jaguar or something.
Oh
What
yeah,
is-
yeah.
Do you have
It's,
a $25,000 cat like John
it's a-
Jones or something?
It's
It's a Bengal. They're Bengal cats. There's two of them.
Bengal cat?
Beavis and Neo. Yeah, and they take an Asian leopard. It's a small leopard, and then they breed it with a tabby, and then they breed that like 5 more
The
times
tabby
with the tabby. Yeah, the tabby fucking hates it. They
There's
just
a
keep
little rape
throwing.
involved.
They keep throwing tabbies at it until it doesn't like, kill it anymore.
They keep giving it tabbies.
I'm so tired of killing. I just want to fuck.
So they take
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Bengal,
Got
which is
him.
like a wild animal, and they breed it with a tabby. And
Yeah,
then what
yeah.
comes next? The
and then
offspring of
you
that?
gotta breed that with another tabby, and then to get the crazy wild instinct out of it. But they're still insane cats. They're like, they'll hunt you, and they look awesome. They got
It does look awesome.
you'll walk to the bed, and one of them will just come darting out from under the bed, grab your ankle, and twist, and then start kicking and biting. You're like, what the fuck are you
Because it's a
doing?
quarter wild animal in your house.
Yeah. It's got like a certain percentage of
This is a
wild
hybrid
animal.
wolf, basically.
Let me see where the little fucker is.
He is
really quick. I think here's Beav. How you doing, Beavis? Come here. Yeah. He's Beavis. Here he is.
Yeah,
He's
see?
It's a pretty sizable cat.
he's
but
pretty cool.
He's spotted like a wild animal. Like
Yeah. He's
You can tell he loves that.
These are-
Act like he's never met you before.
these are not. They're not lap cats. They're not fucking. To be. Okay, Beav. There you go.
I am
Good
48
boy.
years old. I still have yet to meet a cat that likes me. All cats hate me. I try so hard to. I try to win them over by being even nicer. That's not that's how you win over a cat.
Cats
I don't
tend to
know.
like me. Like when I go to my friends' houses who have cats, they all want to rub on me, and I'll like be nice
Yeah.
and give them a pet, and then like 10 minutes later, it's like I'm crying. Like my eyes are so watery and red and bloodshot because I think I developed a cat allergy in like adulthood because I didn't used to have this, but now I can hardly be around them. So they hunt you around your house.
They hunt you. They're really they like to play. You could throw shit and they grab it and bring it back to you and like fetch. They're just they're kind of a little wild. I don't think they'd be good for a family with kids that aren't.
Do Do they fight each other?
Scratch resistant. Yeah, they brawl pretty good sometimes. Just you hear them screaming and they smack each other in the face and run. And the littler one will actually grab the big one, like how they grab water buffaloes and shit in the wild by the hindquarter, and then sink their teeth in to their backs. That's what the little one does to the bigger one, and the bigger one gets really pissed off.
I think it's like they needed a couple more generations of Tabby.
Yeah, maybe a couple of more tabbies in the mix. But what's really bad is being in this apartment now and not in the house, because there's no real getting away from them. And at night, if they start fighting or screaming, they'll just be like, whoa, whoa. They do that wild howling at the moon thing or something.
Soon you're gonna buy a palace in South Carolina where the real estate's super full.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm looking.
You could just let them outside and they can fend for themselves there.
Yeah, fighting off alligators.
Well, actually, yeah.
I think the gator might have the upper hand. Just keep throwing cats.
No, he's got 2 tabbies. I
got 2 chances.
Have you always been a cat person instead of dogs?
I like dogs, but dogs are so much responsibility. Like when I go to South Carolina, I plan on getting a German Shepherd. I like dogs. There'll be plenty of room. And yeah, they're just, when I go somewhere for the weekend, you could just dump a shitload of food down, and you don't have to be there for a cat all the time. Dogs need to be walked every.
That German Shepherd is going to get its ass kicked by those Bengal tigers.
Oh, probably, probably.
He's going to be loving and sweet, and those Bengals are going to abuse it.
And it's going to be one of those things that, like, by the time the German Shepherd's 105 pounds, it'll still be like, oh, danger, danger.
Fucking stupid cats are attacking me, not knowing. Yeah, you could snap its neck.
Exactly, it'll be sweet.
You know what? I love dogs too, but I like the puppy phase a lot. I've always thought, though, it'd be fascinating to get like one of those German Shepherds that comes straight from like the German guy who trains it and everything.
Oh,
and then you just learn the verbal commands and the thing just snaps too.
Right, yeah.
But I always wonder, like, how long under my lax tutelage is that going to remain? Like, because I don't know.
About 3 months.
You think so? That's a long time.
Young Padawan. Yeah. You'll scream at him. You don't want to fuck him up and make a Darth Vader fucking dog out of him. I fucked up your training. I apologize. Yeah.
I mean, they're a big enough dog. If you don't train them right, they can fuck somebody up.
Well, that's the whole thing that people say about pit bulls, and my take is they're pretty hypocritical when they talk about pit bulls. They go, look, it's the person that trains it. If they train them bad, you're going to get a bad dog, and that's what. But then they insist that you would adopt these things from a shelter. It's like, oh, so you want me to adopt one that's been trained by some shitty person that abandoned them and then gave him to a shelter? A pit bull, I would want to get. I would never want one, but I would want one as a brandy new, so you could train it and make sure it's being raised. You don't know what you're getting when you rescue a dog like that.
No, like, and so many of them will be like, we talked about this the other week, so I won't stay on it, but it'll be like, look at this beautiful lab mix, and it's like just not even close to a lab. It's got total pit bull face structure, a mouth. You could insert a whole dinner plate in its mouth and it wouldn't break. Like, it could go right past it.
God, that's so funny. Yeah, lab mix. Oh yeah, mixed with a fucking Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a line about them that you said many years ago with their
like
shuffle jaw.
Bill Burr's got the joke where his girlfriend went and got the dog without his not permission, but like without him being part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
She's like, it's a pit mix, and he's like, it's a pit mix with what? Another fucking pit bull? It's a fucking pit bull.
And then he like fell in love with the dog, and then he had a kid and had to get rid of it because he
just got rid of it straight up on pit bull reputation.
Well, because I don't think either of them wanted it around a kid.
Well, he knew the dog, right?
Yeah.
Something tells me if it was cool, he'd be like, yeah, we'll keep it. But he probably knew this dog would snap at a kid.
Once you've seen your dog pull enough like whole chickens off the kitchen table and sprint away with them so fast that you can't stop him before he wolfs half of it down.
Now imagine that.
Maybe an infant doesn't belong in this household.
Imagine that chicken swaddled in a little blanket.
I mean, I think on his podcast years and years ago when he got it, he's like, "It's great walking this thing. I know what it's like to have a gun now. Like, everybody's crossing the street, making way."
Oh shit! Yeah.
It's like, true. Yeah, if I have like my little dogs on a leash and I'm at the dog park and I see a pit bull, it's like, yeah, we're not going in that direction anymore. Yeah. I'm not rolling the dice. Like my dogs fall off the back of the couch and they can get hurt. They're so little. That pit bull could
the front of the couch.
The front of the couch, honestly. Yeah, but it would just be too much to bear to see a dog attack my dogs.
Do those videos online fall off the couch very often? I just imagine they might.
It's one of them did it in the last week. Teddy, the 12-pound one, he fell asleep on top of the couch and fell off onto the wood floor behind it, and I just heard not a loud crash, but and then he's like clearly panicked, but like he's almost like so little he hit terminal velocity well before the 4-foot fall, so he's gonna be fine.
One of the Bengals here, the smaller one, Neo, he at my house we had a balcony and a railing, and they used to sometimes walk on the outside of it, and cats are supposedly pretty graceful, but Bengals aren't. They're a little more wildcat than they are graceful, flip over and all for it. This guy falls off of the balcony, hits the tile floor, and I just hear like snap, and his leg is just dead, just fucking not moving. Christ. I'm like, motherfucker. What kind of and here we go. I gotta fucking go to the animal hospital, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a broken leg in a few places. We gotta put pins and screws and plates in it." I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, you know what I want to hear? What's the fucking cost? $8,000.
Oh my god,
$8,000 for this fucking cat's leg, and I guess they did a good job because he's active. You would never know his leg was completely shattered.
Did you like ask like, is there a middle ground? Like,
right.
Where do we feed him? He doesn't need to hunt.
How much for an
You got something in the $2,000 range, yeah.
Well, we have another cat.
Another cat.
What was it? $3,000 your cat?
They go for anywhere between 2,500 to you could up to 20,000 for like the second or first generation. Because some people want that, they want a crazy, insane, wild animal in their house. But yeah, they were, I think Beavis was like 2,500, and the other one I don't remember. Yeah, they're around that though, but. Yeah, and then when it breaks its leg, you're just like, you motherfucker. You're a cat. You're supposed to land on all four of them.
And it broke its leg in the house. It wasn't even doing any like wild shit out.
No. It fell right on that one leg. Landed on one fucking out of four.
This was a topic of discussion like a week or two ago. We started looking it up, and like a cat's terminal velocity is lower than the speed required to kill a cat. So technically.
Sometimes
enough of the time, more of the time than not, is the key. Is the way to phrase this. You can throw a cat from an infinite height and it will survive.
Yeah, they can jump without a parachute and land on their feet and be okay sometimes.
That's why you never hear of cat parachutists dying.
That makes sense.
That is
failure.
That's why.
Yeah. Regardless of parachute failure or anything, they're fine. Right? Yeah. God damn, that's an amazing fact. I've seen some fall from some pretty crazy heights, and they kind of do this thing like they're, they stay like kind of upright. Yeah, and then they hit the ground. And I've seen pictures and videos of cats that go out. Their owners let them go out onto the windowsill 20 stories up, and they're just out there. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? Mine falls off a balcony in the house and breaks his fucking leg. Yeah, asshole.
Jesus.
8 G's.
No, I didn't grow up with any cats. We always had dogs. But
my grandmother had a cat, and I tried so hard to make that cat like me. I have like scratches across my face.
They are just really jaded fucking pieces of shit personality, but a lot of them, it's their own terms, man. Sometimes they want you to pet them and scratch them and whatever, and they'll rub their heads on you. And then other times, you just look at them sideways and they're like, "Fuck off." Yeah.
Dogs are just better. Dogs are just better pets, right?
Even in human relationships, one person's the cat and one person's the dog. Think about it. Think about your girlfriend or whatever. Which one of you's the cat and one of you's the dog? One of you gets all the attention and receives it, and the other one.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think it can happen.
Dogs, I think if you have a dog, you really want to be the boss. The dog knows you're the boss. The dog will feel bad if it fucks up. It's hilarious. But then it'll continue fucking up. Some of the funniest videos are dogs that are being confronted with a chewed up shoe or something, and they can't look at you. Their eyes, or they're just like in the corner of the room. They know they fucked up, and I'm like, they know, but they would do it in a second again. It's so fucking stunad. Yeah,
they just don't have that connect in their brain, right? That dog brain. That dog brain can't. It really struggles at going. Oh, better not do this. He'll be mad. Yes, right. It'll be good if we do this. Sure will.
And then they know when he's mad. They know when they go, "Oh wow, he got mad. I see the shoe. What did you do?" And they're like, "Oh, I did it." And now he's mad at me. But they can't connect. Oh, if I do this, he'll get mad at me.
Yeah, those
doesn't make sense.
Yeah. My dogs, if they know I'm mad at them, I'll be like, if Teddy, he knows he's not supposed to bark at the neighbor's dog out back. So I'll be like, "Teddy, get inside." And he steps inside, he just flips over on his back and is like, I fucked up. I fucked up and it's not going to happen again. Or I'll leave food out and will think I'm not looking and they'll walk around and sniff a side of the couch next to the food and act like they're interested in something totally ancillary. And then, if you don't touch that, and you're like, "Oh, this wouldn't dream of it, boss." It would never crossed my mind.
It's fucking great. They are funny, man. The dogs are hilarious. They're so no matter how smart they are when they do certain things, they're so fucking stupid.
I want a different pet. I feel like we've got why do we have so many things in our existence that come down to binary decisions, right? Whether it's politics or sex or anything else, right? Why is it cat or dog? I'm tired of this. I want to expand.
Yeah.
We probably went through.
Fish doesn't count. Fish is silly.
Fish. Yeah.
Fish is silly. It's not.
I love when people
pet.
do that.
I feel like your pet should be able to leave the house with you. I don't know. I just feel like you would never put your fish in a bowl and take it with you.
It's a whole nother atmosphere that it lives in. It's a whole nother world that it lives in. You can't be a real pet if you're. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in another fucking realm over there. But it's
It'd be like owning
right
an alien. Owning an alien with tubes in the tank to feed him neon and argon gases, and you can't fucking. How are you gonna have fun with that?
But I just think it's time to bring the raccoon into the fold where he belongs.
Or the possum?
No, gross.
The possum needs better PR right now.
Don't they have five fingers?
Possum needs an orthodontist.
Possum needs an orthodontist.
It really is scary.
They have rabies.
Yeah,
they don't have rabies.
They probably do. You don't know that.
I think they're straight up immune to rabies. That's one of their superpowers.
Yeah. So
I thought that was armadillos.
Pretty cool.
So with
raccoons are cool.
So I'm pretty sure possums are immune to half a dozen of the major diseases that are scary, and they eat an enormous amount of ticks every year. Maybe their body weight in ticks or something stupid like that.
That's useful. I like that.
Yeah.
So I live by the woods and I got a fuck ton of ticks around.
Yeah, those things are all good, but I want to fucking.
Possum.
They're hideous. No, they're fucking hideous. I don't have a tick problem.
They are.
Taylor says he has ticks
giant
in
rats.
his area.
Well, he might need some opossums, but I really want.
No, what I mean, I have ticks personally, just covered.
The big fat ones.
Raccoons have managed to fool people into thinking they have opposable thumbs. They fooled people. They grab stuff and it's look, I'm like you. I'm like a monkey. I'm a primate. It's awesome. I wear a little mask. I fight, and it's like, oh look, you don't have that, you liar.
That's why you have to go like this.
Yeah.
It.
Dude, it's close enough though. It's close enough. Like I bet a raccoon could shoot a gun. I bet you could teach a raccoon to shoot a gun.
Maybe.
Like I don't have any gun rights, but like if I trained a raccoon to shoot a gun, would that be legal? Like could if the cop showed up and there was a gun there, could I be like, that's his gun?
It's his.
And point at the raccoon. A monkey, you're getting even closer to that being actually fair.
Oh God. Yeah, a monkey could actually work the action and everything.
Yeah, a monkey could actually handle a
fire. Monkey can rack a fucking.
Although I saw this thing with David Attenborough the other day, God rest his soul, where he gives an orangutan a fucking hammer and a nail. It's such a simple thing, but I was rolling laughing watching this orangutan. Like first he drives a nail, he's like clippity clip, clickety clack. That's how you drive a nail, orangutan. Here you go, here's your hammer and nail, and it's just like.
He comes back a couple of years later. They're crucifying people on crosses. What the fuck did we do?
He couldn't fucking figure it out.
Yeah. And you look at them, and they seem to have something going on behind those eyeballs. And what freaks me out is when there's so many videos of apes, monkeys, chimps working iPhones. And honestly, scrolling, stopping at stuff, looking like they're interested or bored, and then they go on to something else, and you're like, what is he getting at there that's making him? Yeah. Is it just blobs of color, or does he?
I think it's
comprehend
blobs of color.
A picture of a person or another ape or something?
I think it's just so intuitive that they're literally like digging for what they want, and the fact that it moves just makes sense to them.
Oh, okay.
Because like it's like. They can do like really surface level stuff, but there's nothing behind. There's no little man behind the curtain because I saw there was this one orangutan again, I think, who had been watching villagers wash their clothes in the river, and so now it would wash itself in the river. Like it's over there. Like, okay, y'all, is that what y'all do? Is that what the cool kids do? They get a little water and go like this. All right. But like at first glance, it's like the orangutan has learned to wash itself because it's smelly. It's like no, like it's just it saw a human do this in the water, so now it's
have you seen the chimp short-term memory exercises? It's better than humans.
Boop, 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 boop.
Really? They'll flash up, say like,
I
don't know, numbers 1 through 12 or something on there, and then they go back and they reassign where all the numbers were scattered on the screen or whatever it is. The short-term memory blows ours away. It's very impressive.
So they could play Simon, that Simon game.
They would
better than.
They kill it, twist it, pull it, tear your face off,
tear their thumbs, genitals, and nose off.
That's their go-to move.
Cool. They do know to rip those fucking opposable thumbs off of whatever they're fighting. They just know that's so important. They rip that off. They rip the genitals off so you can't reproduce. And then they try to kill you anyway by going with your face and your breathing apparatus.
What a horrific animal.
Oh, they are just mean.
That's us. That's us. So close. It's so close.
Yeah.
So before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful, wonderful sponsors we have tonight. Fall is here, and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it's time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you so much, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping.
You will love what it does for your dick.
And while we're talking about things that will help your dick, lock and load. It's a tremendous. Actually, I'm going to wait for Anthony Cumia to get back because he needs to know about this also. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine in cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order. So check them out.
Of course, it has nicotine in it. That's why you get it.
Yep, that's the selling point.
I have to warn you, this has what you bought it for.
Yeah. And these two are dilly-dallying, so we're going to hear from Smart Mouth as well.
All right.
Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of all the times you were the gross, smelly one, and the other person was thinking about getting away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent it from coming back all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day, and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. So go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. So check them out.
All right, Anthony. We're about to advertise a product that we developed.
All mostly by ourselves. Derek had a good way. And this episode of PKA, like all episodes of PKA from here on out, is brought to you by Lock and Load, a volume enhancing formula. Every time you come, you want to come like a champion. Because believe it or not, when women are talking, they're gossiping, they're over their coffee, over their wine. You know what? I really liked Timmy. He was such a kind guy, but then he busted, and it was like nothing. It was like a puff of smoke coming out of his dickhead. And I don't know, is he into me? You know, if he was into me, he would make big loads. And this is what your moms are talking about. And so what you need to do is get Lock and Load. The link is below. It's going to make your cum insane. You are going to bust so much. And add to that, we've been hitting so much on the amount you're busting. We need to stress again, these are going to be beautiful pearlescent loads. It's not going to be watery. It's going to be pearlescent. It's going to be wonderful. And also, it's going to support your libido and improve your blood flow. Who doesn't want improved blood flow when you're fucking? It's very important. So check out Lock and Load. Women will... It's going to give them so much penis envy because now they've been thinking the whole time, ooh, I can have multiple orgasms. This guy can only have one. Not anymore. They're going to be, damn, his orgasm seems so intense. I wish I could take Lock and Load. And maybe we can. Maybe we'll make one.
Do you have any guarantees to make about the product?
Taylor, have you read the reviews on the Grill of Mine website?
I have not read a single review.
I would like hard-clad guarantees.
Kyle,
that
give me the floor for a moment. These reviews are fantastic. Some awesome stuff I found out from PKA. I started to notice a volume increase on my second day, but it comes out with so much volume and speed, I dented my sheetrock. We'll play again. Big load for a big boy.
Look at this. These reviews. So I bought this for the blood flow support. Another valid reason to get it. I noticed after 30 minutes combined with the Gorilla AM and workout, I get this crazy vascularity, pump, and muscle contraction. I looked so jacked and cracked up. I freaking love this. I would recommend workout at home. Now it kind of goes off the rails, but you might get some asking you about your third leg. Ha ha ha. Because it's gonna make your blood flow so good, your dick's gonna look great. So
this stuff gave me the biggest load of my lifetime. Like Mama always says, big load for a big boy. This is a different guy. Noticeable volume increase. Completely soaked my girlfriend. Appeared to work on the first day.
That's great. Look at all these wonderful reviews. This one bought this as a longtime PKA fan as a token of them delivering on the idea. What I did not expect was for the product to actually work. You'll be leaking pre-cum like a faucet in a few days. Anyway, there is no practical purpose for this other than to surprise your special friend with a dubiously large load.
Oh shit!
But it deserves that purposefully.
Kills me. It's like take 5 capsules with the fat, take another 4 capsules with the fat in the evening. Do not exceed 9 capsules in a 24-hour period. The phrasing is so severe. I think he's concerned that she might drown. If you take 10 of these, your girlfriend could drown.
This guy, look at that. He wanted to be Spider-Man for Halloween. 10 out of 10. He's throwing ropes. I'm also noticing a pretty good pump from my web slinger in the bedroom. This is great. Family game night has never been so fun. A lot of excellent reviews here. Thank you, Matthew. For that. And so covered my GF's entire face in cum. See, this is what it's a real product that you can buy. And it's gonna make it, it made me, Kyle, and Woody, and all of these fine gentlemen come like rock stars. So don't sell yourself short. There's what's that Socrates quote where he's like, a man. Wait. I can connect this.
I can't imagine what Socrates can say.
Okay, we'll watch this. Socrates, no man has the right to be an amateur in the matter of physical training. It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. And the same thing applies to cum. And it would be a shame for you to grow old without seeing truly the sort of volume you can produce down there.
If I remember outrageous. Right, Kyle and Taylor started going on the internet and doing research to develop a formula that makes you come more independently. And when one mentioned it to the other, they were like, I've been on this same mission. And they collaborated, built the formula over the course of like a year and a half. Then we synced up with the bio expert who does this for a living. He was able to get it started off as like 18 pills or something, and then a pills and a liquid combined. He took his knowledge, got it down into just 9 pills taken twice a day. So 5 and 4. And now you can surprise your girlfriend.
It's baffling. You're going to love it, folks. It's going to kick in.
She's going to think she's better at sex. That's what happened in my relationship. My wife suddenly thought that after like 30 years, she turned the corner and got got twice as good.
And Kyle, you had something to say?
I was going to say use a code. I think you get 10% off, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, the code works on other stuff too. Like you can buy whatever your testosterone or whatever else is on the site.
Oh
like
shit, do that. Do that.
Anything else you want on the Gorilla Mind website?
Spend money.
Check it out and use our code for it, because it's selling like hotcakes. It's selling like hotcakes. Everybody's loving it.
We did sell like 10,000 bottles or something.
It's an outrageous amount. It's really moving. I thought that Derek made a business mistake when he put 10,000 bottles in the second order. Like my numbers, if they're not right, they're close. Like he got 1,000 bottle order, and then right behind that came a 10,000 bottle order.
Like the Jonas Salk of jizz.
This is gonna last till 2040.
We're in the jizz biz.
We're in the jizz biz.
Yeah,
the jizz biz.
We are. That should be our website, lockandload.jizz.
I love
it. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm very proud of it. I've told all my family members about it.
I haven't told any of my family about it yet, other than my brothers.
My dad is very excited.
My wife knows.
You shouldn't tell him. You should just show him.
Oh, he knows.
It's time for you to become the true alpha of the family, Kyle.
Yeah. And then we did our hangout with our fans, a couple days ago, at least for a few of them, and a ton of them were like holding up bottles of this nonsense product. Wow. They all have it.
Got a hit on your hands, yeah.
So it's
we honestly do, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's really fun.
I mean,
I'm so proud of it.
Oh, I'm proud of it too. I'm proud of it because it actually works. And does what it says it's going to do.
It's pretty fucking cool. Like
it is pretty fucking.
You're genuine. Like, all seriousness, you take this for a couple weeks. We say a couple weeks because that's when it will hit your maximum efficacy. Some people are saying it happens way sooner, but you're going to surprise yourself. Like, it's not going to be like, did I come a little more? Maybe kind of. Is this a placebo? Like, no, it will be very evident on the face of your lover. But anyway, check out all of our sponsors below, especially Lock and Load. Wonderful, wonderful sponsor.
Hilarious. I'm so happy that we did that.
I know. I am too. We need to think of new ideas for that's so funny. Like we just released it, and now we'll think of another thing. I've already got one. I've got the second thing. I told Derek when we first started on this, I was like, if the Lock and Load does well, I've got the second product already in mind. The flavor enhancer?
It's the flavor enhancer.
Yes. Yep. And that's going to help everyone too. We're saving marriages with this.
My God.
Put it lightly.
The volume and the flavor.
We're creating marriage.
Crazy.
We can change the color. Well, you probably shouldn't do that.
Girls who might previously be like, I can't sign up for this for life, are like absolutely slurping it down.
Slurping it down by the gulpful. So
all right.
Check it out.
I'm not having fun anymore.
All right, Kyle.
So yeah.
You didn't complain.
Yeah, it actually works. It's pretty cool. So support the show. And while you're over there, check out any of Derek's other fine products. And use our code.
Yep.
By the way, Tilk is coming 2023. Tilk 2023.
I'm almost positive that's illegal. We can't sell other women's breast milk.
No. They did it in Mad Max. It's all fine.
Isn't it fucked up? I think to sell it would be some kind of biohazard, but it's
Probably.
Used. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to sell anyone else's bodily fluids.
Oh, but you can give it away?
We give it away. A donation is appreciated. Don't you love shit like that where it's like, it's actually a free blow job here at the car wash. We appreciate any donations, and you can get the Diamond Plus wash.
Yeah, you're about to get a huge donation right in your mouth, bitch, because of Lock and
Load. Are there places that are like, give as much as you feel comfortable
you shouldn't
giving?
talk to people at the car wash like that.
No, they're not going to take good care of your car. This guy's telling me he's going to come all over me if I don't detail his car correctly. So, Kyle, I know you're ecstatic over your Braves. 1-1 in the World Series. Mm-hmm. They dominated the first game 6-2, then got fucked the second game 7-2. But that's so close, it's anyone's game. Are you still holding back hope?
I'm pretty jazzed, I guess. I was just really happy to beat the Dodgers. It's great it's cool to be in the World Series. I hope they win. It's wild. Like we were saying earlier in the week, it's a cool week for like Georgia athletics, I guess, with the Bulldogs being number 1 in the country and the Braves in the series. So it's been a good week.
If you have to pick one, do you pick the Braves winning the World Series or Georgia winning the championship?
Oh,
you only get one.
Georgia. It's Georgia winning the championship.
Really? I would have guessed World Series is really? More impressive.
I would have guessed the football.
I remember I remember very well 1995 winning the World Series. I watched those games. I was like 9, something like that. I remember it very well. I watched the parade in school. We didn't have class. We watched the parade. So I remember the last time we won that. I remember like playing the Twins a little bit a couple years before for the series. But I've never seen the Bulldogs win a championship, so that'd be cool. Yeah,
that would be. I haven't seen them win one either.
Yeah, I don't think
have they ever won?
Many people have. I don't know. You'd have to Google. It's probably 70s or 80s or something.
I haven't been following anything but this hockey story with the Chicago Blackhawks.
Dude, that's so wild.
It's insane. So much more. So to lay the stage for people. So basically, 2009 to 2010, that season, the Chicago Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup. For the first time in so many goddamn years, like they were known as a joke of a franchise. They weren't even on TV in the late 90s, early 2000s because their owner didn't want to pay some fee. And during that run, there was a video coach for the Chicago Blackhawks, and there was a black ace brought up to the team, which is like a minor league player who gets to come up and at least practice. He didn't play in the series, but he practiced with the team. And during that run, I think like after the Western Conference Finals, so before the Stanley Cup series, this video coach coaxed this young 20-year-old player up into his apartment and then started like forcing the guy to watch pornography with him. And God. he kept he said he tried to kept reaching on and like grabbing him and like reaching his hand and grabbing his junk. And eventually the coach, and while he's doing this, the coach has like a novelty, one of those little baseball bats you can like get at a Yankees game or a Cardinals game. And he's saying like, you will, you're going to like, let me suck your dick or you will never play in the NHL. You'll never be in the NHL again. And so, and this kid,
I thought
like,
Hunter Biden was cool. This guy's
this guy's an absolute ghoul, a demon of a person. He like, and like what made this like, well, it's already fucked up, but I'll get to it in a bit.
It's so
he coerces and sexually assaults this guy under the guise of you'll never play in this league unless you do this. And then the guy brings it to the attention of some of the front office for the Chicago Blackhawks. And they apparently had a meeting, like the GM, the assistant GM, Joel Quenneville, the coach, a couple other guys, the head of the NHL Players Association knew about it. And they all had a talk. And apparently the vibe at that talk was like, well, the Blackhawks are about to be in the Stanley Cup. Like we can't. This will throw off the team vibe and the team energy. Like we don't want to bring any attention to it. And it was obvious all this shit happened because as soon as that season was over, video coach on a Stanley Cup winning team, you tend to keep people around to do that. Immediately, apparently the Hawks higher up brass was like, all right, Brad Aldrich, the rapist, was like, you can either submit to an investigation or you can resign. And he resigns. And this whole time, what's his name? Kyle Beach, the guy who had this done to him, he came out on ESPN last night and gave like a half-hour interview about all this. This whole time, this guy Kyle Beach is being buried in the minors. They're not bringing him up. And I didn't think anything of that until I did more research. There are 100 articles from 2010 to now being like, Kyle Beach, 11th overall in the first round. Is he the biggest bust of all time in Chicago picks? And it's like, no, he got molested by a fucking coach and then they buried him and like kept him away from stuff. And so I think he has like a case of like, yeah, you guys fucking ruined my career. He's a big guy who had a physical presence on the ice. He would have been a good NHL player. A lot of people speculate, but after that guy, that guy, Brad Aldrich, who left, who did the molesting, he got I think it was more of like a boilerplate letter of recommendation from the Blackhawks organization. And then he went and worked with 16-year-olds and molested a 16-year-old.
Jeez.
And that's all following this. And this whole time, like for years and years and years, the Blackhawks, making it hard
to make jokes now.
Yeah, it's a wild story. And the Blackhawks for years and years are like denying this and saying this guy Kyle Beach, he's a liar. This is nonsense. Like he's just bitter because he didn't crack the lineup. He's just bitter about it. And now there's a huge investigation by an independent firm that made a 107-page document laying out all of this. Like I've only read excerpts because it's really dense, and like everything this guy was claiming is true. A lot of coaches are getting caught in lies. GMs are getting caught in lies where they're like, I didn't hear about this at all until this past July. And then it's like, okay, well, here are records that you guys had held a specific meeting about this where you said it's not worth bringing up right now because, the team's doing so well. And we don't want to throw a wrench in that. So it's pretty ridiculous in that way. A couple of the players on the Blackhawks from 2010 who are no longer in the league came out and they're like, oh, yeah, everybody knew about this. Everybody knew. There were jokes being made about it in the locker room, in like making fun of him and stuff, like calling him gay.
Only one that got his dick sucked?
Jesus.
Well, apparently, like I'm sure that the other people were doing it, but this guy Aldrich he did it to this guy and he did it to a 16-year-old, and the guy Kyle Beach apparently only like started hitting back more once he heard about that 16-year-old getting molested and being like, and it's like a fucking heartbreaking interview on ESPN. He's like crying at times. He's like I was like, I would go and I'd talk to someone and like, you know, they're the GM or they outrank me. And I went to he went to a doc, one of the docs for the team. And he's like, and I even went to doc whoever, and he told me it was my fault for putting myself in that position. And so I felt like I was wrong for going. I felt like I was wrong for going to his apartment. Right. And he's like, "Oh, it destroyed my career. I turned to drugs. I turned to alcohol. I was never like that before." Like this guy, 11. Like I'm sure you know, going 11th overall in a draft is fucking, you're going to have a career at least somewhere in the NHL. They're not going to bury you in the minors. So like now, Joel Quenneville, who was the coach of the Blackhawks at the time, he's currently the coach of the Florida Panthers, and so. I don't know if he's going to resign. I don't know if the NHL can even fire him for something he did in another
Panthers
organization.
Are undefeated right now.
They're 7-0.
I don't want to ruin the team chemistry by firing the coach.
Also, though, the Panthers have been hot shit under him in previous years, and the Panthers lineup this year is fucking outrageously good. So even if they replace him, they're still going to be a dominating team. So like. I don't really buy that. And this guy Chevy, I don't know his full name, but he was the assistant GM at the time. Now he's the big GM of the Winnipeg Jets, and they're calling for him to step down. But there's like a bunch of, I was watching YouTube videos about it. There's like a bunch of like legalese of like you can't fire someone who's working for a different organization now or something like that. Like I don't know. But Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL, is met with Joel Quenneville today to discuss stuff, but I still haven't seen news that he's fired or anything. But like,
it's criminal charges,
right?
I don't know why there aren't any criminal charges. There, no idea.
How long ago was it?
2010.
11 years. I wonder if it's too long.
He's 20 at the time. He's 31 now.
Yeah, it sounds like I don't know what crime that would be when you like force someone to let you suck their dick while holding a rally bat.
But he also ejaculated on the player. Like he came on Kyle Beach, the player.
Okay, so both of them ejaculated.
Was it a lot?
Does he need any help with that?
Believe it or not,
I've heard some of a product.
Believe it or not, that was not elucidated in the report.
Okay.
From now on, we need to look for any semen-related news stories every week, and just every time segue right in.
Let's find a positive one. Like, man with huge load saves dogs.
Wow.
I don't know how that would work, but preferably not something with sexual assault.
I imagine this dog being stuck at the bottom of a tunnel, and he just fills up the tunnel until the dog can swim free.
Yeah, that's possible with lock and load. Nothing's impossible.
This sounds like an easy defense of like it was consensual, it was whatever. It's hard to kind of prove. The guy goes up to the apartment.
It is a little sketch because he's asked for help and with all the doctors and other coaches and GMs, and they all kind of turned him away.
Yeah. Like, and he went to the head of the NHL Player Association, which is supposed to those are the people like negotiating on your behalf for better contracts, for more time off. Like their entire job is to defend players. And this guy assured Kyle Beach we're going to look into this. There's going to be a full investigation. And then he lied about it, never did anything, never moved forward with it. And so it's all crumbling down right now around the Blackhawks organization. And they only got fined $2 million so far for it. The New Jersey Devils got fined $3 million for cap circumvention.
What was the fine for? What did they actually call it?
I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah. Do they get fined for the blowjob or for when he came on the minor league player?
Right.
I think it's for lying about it and covering it up actively or something like that. And so they're having talks. I don't know what's going to come of it, but it's wild. This guy, Coach Quenneville, was first ballot Hall of Fame coach. Well respected. Everybody, everyone who was a fan of any team is I wish Coach Q was coaching our team. He turned that Blackhawks organization into a dynasty. 3 cups in 6 years. That's what nobody's done that in the modern era. And now it's should we stamp his name off the cup? Should we make him ineligible for the Hall of Fame because he was covering up sex stuff?
Yeah, that's what is it Paterno for the
Yeah,
Penn State?
yeah.
You know, he didn't do it. He just knew about it and covered it. It's a very.
I was about to bring him
Same
up.
situation. Yeah, or a very similar situation. It seems like this NHL one has a lot more tendrils than the Paterno one, but
it was there's a similar sort of like everybody knew and everybody just kind of looked the other way.
Yeah.
But what was the player's name? Kyle Beach. Kyle Beach really has it's seemingly the paper trail, like talking to the Players Association, the doctors, the GM. I don't know who I left out, but man, like he did everything he could to seek help.
Yeah,
they'll probably offer him an NDA and a giant settlement, and that'll be that.
But it better be really giant because it seems like he might have had like a $75 million playing.
Right. It would have to be pretty big. Yeah,
they'd have to be like, I don't even know what they would do. Like, okay, well now the Chicago organization has to pay him $10 million a year for the next 10 years or 6 years,
something like that.
For like lost revenue because like
life-changing money.
Like when I first heard about the story, I thought it was like some 7th rounder picked 280th overall. Like, no, 11th overall. And this guy, like, even worse, like hearing him talk about like how miserable he's been. Like, you know that like for years he had to answer questions like, wow, you were part of the Blackhawks organization? That's so cool. That's so awesome. He's like, it's really great. And he's talking about how his whole life is derailed. Like nothing has gone the way it was supposed to. Like he was a legit talent. And to see article after article being written of like biggest Chicago busts in all history. And it's like, number 1, Kyle
Is this
Beach.
Another Lock and Load reference with that Biggie bust?
different context. But
he walks around the streets, he sees somebody with a Blackhawks jersey, he just starts jerking off on him. Fuck you. Fuck the team.
That's my plan, to say fuck you to the. Well, it doesn't help that I'm a fan of the St. Louis Blues, and so like all the punishments that come down on the Chicago Blackhawks, I'm like, it should be harsher even. They should have to give us their good players. As punishment, Patrick Kane has to play for St. Louis for free.
And their next 2 draft picks.
Yeah, the next 2 draft picks. And like I'm curious what sort of punishment they're going to mete out for this. It's interesting to watch. I hope it doesn't just get swept under and that he still is allowed to do all this shit. Like the head of the GM for Chicago already stepped down. They're expecting the GM of Winnipeg to maybe step down, but Coach Q has no plans to step down, clearly. He coached a game last night during this interview. He was like, it was outrageous. He was behind the bench on the Florida Panthers being like, power play 2 up. Like,
what if they had him in a live bubble during the interview? Like him coaching, like in a little bubble during the interview in the corner.
Yeah. And the guy even addressed him. Like the interviewer did a tremendous job. And he's like, what would you say to, someone like Coach Quinville, who said he had no knowledge of this? And like Kyle very like vehemently was like, that's a lie. I know for a fact every single person knew about that. Sopel and Boyner, or whatever the 2 players were who came forward with their names. He's like, I don't have their phone numbers. I don't know them. They were like on like the real Blackhawk squad. Beach at the time, very young, on the minor league, the Rockford Ice Hogs, whatever their team is. Like, so there's no reason for those guys to speak up at all. Like they're not friends. They don't know each other, but they both just came out. Their career's over. They don't work in the NHL. So they truly are no skin in the game. They're like, oh yeah, that's totally true. I remember that. People were making jokes. So it's wild to see. And the captain of the Chicago Blackhawks came out and like gave such a tone deaf response where like he couldn't have done a worse job. Like he was like, things could have been handled differently. It was a really unfortunate thing and it probably could have been handled differently. Stan Bowman, the GM of our team, is a great man and he's helped my career a huge amount.
Bowman?
He is. Yeah.
Where's the rapey guy now?
Now he is. I think he is
teaching children to play hockey.
Well, I think he went to prison for like a little under a year, and is like on, or maybe he's off probation now. He did go to jail for molesting that 16-year-old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So this guy's a real piece of shit. But anyway, it's a really interesting sports story. You never expect this kind of thing to come up, and so I've been following it constantly. Kind of a downer. Sorry. Downer story. And like one of the John Tortorella.
I had so many like cum references in there.
Yeah, right.
I could barely let meat out past.
Like, and it's funny, like seeing like the really respected people, quote unquote, like staying quiet. And then there's a coach who doesn't have a job right now named John Tortorella, who's known for being a fucking maniac. He's one of the guys, he tried to fight the entire Calgary Flames team during an intermission because he didn't like one of their hits on his players. So he like ran. You're not allowed to go to the other team's locker room, but there's video of him like, you fucking assholes. He's trying to break into another professional team. And even this guy, he's like giving an interview and he's like, it's just fucking gutless. Like nobody did anything. Like really? Yeah, it's just disgusting.
That. Yeah. I like gutless. Is it like not one person had the morality to stop this, to say, you know, hey guys, shouldn't we do the right thing? No one thought that. They all thought, let's get W's.
Ooh, let's get the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, how would it have cost them the win?
Oh, Joe Quenneville has just been fired.
Oh, well, shit.
Or no, he's out. He may have stepped down. We don't know, but
small difference.
Oh, they might hire the guy I was just talking about, John Tortorella. Man,
does Tortorella ever win? It seems like he always improves the team, but doesn't win cups. Am I wrong?
Yep. Yeah, that's one of those coaches where like
if you want to lose the Stanley Cup, he's your guy.
He's a good coach, but like he never takes them the final leg. Like he'll get them good, and then they'll stop buying into his system because they're not good enough, and then
or they hate him.
Or they probably do hate him at some point. Lots of coaches get that, not just in hockey. And who are some hated coaches who were good? There were some in football, right? Was John Madden liked? Am I misremembering that he was a mean guy when he was a coach and he turned friendly when he was an announcer?
I think I remember that too.
What's his name? Is it Bobby Knight?
Bobby Knight, the basketball guy.
The Indiana
That's
guy.
the guy everybody fucking hated and still won a lot of games. Like everybody hated that guy. It seems like his players were afraid of him. Like I guess college fans like any fucking thing.
Why would you send your kid to him if you had another option? Right? Like
he makes winners, god damn it.
Yeah.
Coaches
it's worth
winners.
it.
Yeah.
Man, he threw a lot of chairs.
Did he throw more than one? I know the one.
Oh, he yes.
He was a bit of a chair thrower.
He threw them like shuriken.
Like a shuriken. Jesus, head coaching record 902 and 371.709 win percent. That's outrageously good. He was doing something right.
I guess that one time like he was in the locker room and he went into the bathroom and he took a shit and wiped his ass and he came back with the shit in his hands and he showed the players and he's like this is you. This is how you're playing around.
That's brutal.
This is you. You're shit. You're shit. This is what you're playing like. I remember my mom told me that when I was like,
she said
12.
You're shit.
When I was like 12. Yeah, she went and wiped her ass and showed it to me. She was like, you're shit. You're fucking shit. No, she told me that like Bobby Knight story. And I just remember because I guess she watched basketball or whatever. And I just remember thinking like, is that what athletics are like at some level? Like, will there be a lot of poop? Like will that just happen?
Billy Martin was pretty hated on the Yankees for a while when he was the head of the Yankees years ago. He wound up dying from hitting a tree drunk.
Wow.
So UNC is one of the better UNC and Duke are the two top basketball teams in my area in college, and every so often UNC has an awful season, like a losing record, and I somehow get a charge out of it when they get beat by a team where every single player on that other team couldn't make UNC's team. Right? Like not a single one of them would have been recruited by the great UNC. They're one of those schools that seems to get top choice, the Georgias, Alabamas of football. UNC is a legendary program who gets people that they go after. And when they lose to a bunch of their rejects, I get a charge out of it. I like it.
You like that? Kyle,
Yeah.
I can't get over your high effort costume.
I tried so hard, like
Around the house
He
guy.
did. Around the house guy.
All right, yeah, things around the house, man.
That is so funny.
My hours include high stress levels and rummaging through closets.
Yeah, you do look amazing as Billie Eilish, though.
Yeah, it is a pretty good Billie Eilish.
And I like the sunglasses. It's just like, well, this is another thing.
Yeah, I was like, where are my sunglasses? They're
They were right on the dashboard.
It's just your everyday wear.
I made them.
So is that a cape you're wearing?
Yeah, I've got my apocalypse cloak.
Okay.
Your apocalypse cloak. Who's Apocalypse?
Is that a Princess Bride reference? I had never heard apocalypse cloak.
Oh, I thought it was a Marvel thing.
Okay. I thought it was red because of the red on the headphones. I couldn't tell, but it's just totally black.
Do you have any big plans to dress up this year, Anthony? I know it's one of your big things.
No, we used to do Halloween parties at my house, and they were thematic. A lot of times we would have everybody come over and dress up, a theme thing. But I'm in a fucking apartment. What am I gonna trick or treat?
So. Wait, just to be clear, 3 days from now, if I just walk around the neighborhood, everyone gives me candy.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have the costume already.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't they have to? It's like they're contractually bound. Practically.
Not if you're almost a 50-year-old man.
I mean,
candy.
Look, if you act like you're a little off, they'll give you candy.
Off.
Act like I'm not neurotypical and just. Yeah, start.
I think just going up there, people probably would just want to not have a problem, and they just,
go up there, start a conversation with them, and then shush them a couple times, and they'll start Starburst in your basket right away.
Yeah. I don't remember that NASCAR guy open carrying. Walking around with a gun.
Open carry is legal here.
It's not brandishing. It's part of my costume. It's an exception on Halloween.
Yeah, I do think I could just walk around in the neighborhood not far from me and get free candy. I don't think they'll judge me they will definitely judge me, but they won't not give me candy.
Yeah, you'll be a dinner party topic when you leave if they're like having something.
Right.
Is there something off with him?
Just make it.
Imagine a couple's costume like Alec Baldwin and a gunshot victim.
Trick-or-treating. I bet that happens. There's going to be someone dressed like a cowboy, and then somebody else with the clothes on and a gunshot
headset, right? What was
headset or something.
Gunshot wound.
I mean, it was only like 8 years ago that Halloween was effectively like, what's the most offensive thing I can dress up as? Like, what's the most off-color joke I can make?
I'll never forget being at a girlfriend's friend's Halloween party and the guy showing up as Kanye West, a white man. Showed up as Kanye West.
Oh, that'll do it.
And he had those plastic sunglasses that don't have like frames. They've just got like plastic and like slices taken out of them or whatever.
Yeah, little louvers.
He was in full blackface.
Oh my god.
And she was as Kim Kardashian with like this ridiculous like tits and ass like thing, also in blackface, and she had I think maybe
she's not even black.
This girl, but she's darker than this girl.
She's not even black.
You're just taking I don't want to leave him out here by himself. I'll join him.
But I think she had like a little baby or something. She had like a little black baby because I think Kim Kardashian just had a baby at the time, and they were just being super obnoxious. That's the most offensive costume I've ever seen.
It's 25 years ago, but it seemed like every adult woman was Monica Lewinsky in a blue dress.
Oh god, yes.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
I feel bad for her now. Like at the time, I guess I just wasn't aware that people in the public like that were real people. 3 different people with feelings and shit.
They're a fucking joke, right? You're just saying,
Monica. She's
you're not going to hear it. Yeah.
Right. Like I'm sure none of those jokes got back to Monica. She's unaware that the whole world knows about her and her blue dress and whatever. So I was totally insensitive to it. I thought it was the funniest thing ever, and that every time someone wore the blue dress with the stain, but that must have been very hurtful to her.
Yeah,
and she was young. What was she? 20?
Yeah. Really?
Right for the picking.
I mean, Clinton knew how he liked him, young and vulnerable.
He just he's the goddamn president, the most powerful person arguably in the world. And then there's a 20-year-old intern. He fucks around with her, and the guy is still revered and looked at by many people as this amazing guy. It's so fucked up.
He did balance the budget.
it's the economy, stupid. Remember?
Back in the .com days.
Stephanopoulos' line.
But now we've learned they all do it.
Oh, Carvel?
Yeah.
Oh, right, Carvel.
The guy
Yeah, they were all on his campaign. Shut up.
If you had a raccoon, none of this would be happening.
I know. They're very quiet.
He'd be like unplugging his mic and shit. Like that's what a raccoon would do. Trying to wash your mouse or like something like that. Just getting everything wet and shitty.
How terrifying would it be if you saw your raccoon with a tool of any kind? I was gonna say a knife, but if I saw one with a fucking pair of scissors, I'd shit myself.
Yeah,
like an animal with a tool. I just realized how frightening an animal with a tool is. Yeah. That's the only advantage we have is we know how to use tools.
Yeah.
If a raccoon wants to fuck you up, you're catching a few. Like we're bigger, but they're quick.
A few what bites?
A few bites, a few slashes, whatever their method is.
Slashes?
I don't know. Yeah, don't they have nails on the end of those little fingers?
I guess they give you some little scritches.
They give you a little.
I saw a chimp. I saw a video of a chimp with a machete. Recently, and they were like, this is horrifying, and it was using it to hack up another kind of chimp group. So it figured out how to use. I swear, look it up, but I don't know.
CGI is so good now.
I know, but I don't think it was
50-50.
Yeah. That's these days you don't know what to believe, but it seemed to be a legitimate news source and video, but it's just hacking something apart.
I'm looking at it right now.
Crazy, right?
Something he's failing at is he's slamming it with the broadside down.
Yeah. He doesn't quite know how to use it, but hey, he's got a 1 in 4 chance of hitting you right with it. I would want those odds.
And like that chimp swing, even flat face, that's going to be a stunner.
The chip swing, yeah, they're jacked. They are jacked.
That's they gave him the machete. He didn't even find it.
He didn't even make it himself.
No, this doesn't seem like it was an error at all. They gave him a machete to see what he would do with it.
Jesus,
he's almost hurting himself. He's learning to throw it. Oh
yeah.
You can't give a animal a tool. Don't do that.
No. And then they found some hacked up thing, and I guess they assumed that the chimp had hacked him up with a machete. He likes it though. He puts it down. He throws it.
Yeah.
This guy's this is the guy that kills me every time in Call of Duty. Really?
He's just
fucking machete. He gets the finishing move on me. I'm all pissed off.
I love his suit. Look at this fucking race.
I love the suit too. But Kyle, if you look at that video I just sent at 34 seconds, you can see that chimp with the machete was just beating some animal to death.
Yeah.
Beating a carcass on the jungle floor, and it's just a pile of goo.
All right. So let me just say this. First of all, this video says in the bottom left, 20th Century Fox Research Library.
Oh, okay.
And the YouTube channel is called Apes Will Rise.
Tell me when you get to the problem.
And if you'd like to purchase tickets from a theater, you can, apparently, according to the description, you can go to Fandango.
Oh, see, maybe. Oh, come on, cats.
No, but that's to watch Rise of the Planet of the Apes. It's not to watch this
it has
Kenyan movie where they give a guy a knife.
And that has nothing to do with this actual smart ape, which has indeed learned to use a machete.
Yeah,
I mean, he learned to swing it. Hey, you've seen the video. You talked about the video with the orangutan where they gave it a nail and a hammer, and he just lays the nail on top of the board and then just kind of sloppily hits around it.
The nail's laying on its side, and he's using the side of the hammer to he's
straightening out a bent nail.
Yeah,
like he understands hit nail, or at least put nail down and then hit wood with hammer. He's got that. But every other finer, minute thing about that concept is just fucking magic to him.
But how is that? But you believe that? You believe that was an orangutan doing that? What this chimp is doing with the machete isn't any more impressive than that. It's just using a tool incorrectly.
I believe that chimp's doing that because that chimp is a professional movie chimp because they are making a commercial in that video for a movie, a bad commercial at that.
But why?
Do you think?
So the people
so we'll watch Planet of the Apes.
No.
A movie that came out like 5 years ago.
Taylor
I couldn't imagine a chimp
telling me they
hitting,
just tell lies in Hollywood.
I can imagine a chimp hitting its finger with a nail. Like how mad he'd be if he finally figures out that you got to put it down and then tap it a little, and he fucking hits his finger. I mean, a pissed off chimp like that.
Yeah, it would start throwing things at you.
Oh yeah,
this is real.
Yelling.
This is definitely
real. Okay.
So what's unbelievable about it? It's not even shot well. You couldn't make a commercial out of this. What's it for? A gored up animal in the middle of the woods?
You know, you're absolutely right. That's real.
Thank you.
I see it now.
I was driving home last weekend, and I made a fantastic purchasing decision.
Ooh. Wow.
I bought a Smith & Wesson axe and throwing knife combination.
Holy shit, that's awesome.
This is very smart. I haven't even opened it yet.
By the way, this is a 50-year-old man here wearing the jumpsuit with the throwing knives.
I mean, stick one of those right in that door behind you. And let's see.
Oh man,
I bet it'll go right through that.
How many do you get?
You get 3 axes, or axe eye, as we call them in the business, and
they don't.
3 throwing knives.
They're called axons. Like an eye.
Wow.
I'd
like to see a chimp get his hands on one of those.
Yeah, right.
Kyle would just call it fake.
Yeah.
Those look well made.
Are they sharp?
No, they're not. These are
if
not.
If you lob it at someone's head, they're probably going to do some damage. Though.
Yeah, they have more heft to them than I expected.
Can you juggle?
No.
They're smaller than I thought.
Maybe I'll learn with these. And it also came with throwing knives.
How much did this cost?
Good.
$50.
Hell of a deal.
Yeah, there's no better way to spend $50.
No,
less than $10 an item.
That's a very economical way to look at it.
Yes.
All right, it's hard to check these out.
Oh shit!
Get her to hold the target.
Jackie hold the target.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
So
what's
anyway,
that cut out in the middle for?
Say that again.
What's the cut out in the middle? Lighten it up a bit.
I don't know.
Yeah, then you use less steel, and you can charge $8 a knife.
Oh.
And
we get 1 free knife for every 16 made because we cut the notches out.
That's probably what it is. I mean. I imagine it'd be way harder to throw those knives than the axes.
I went to this outdoor store thinking they would have camping stuff. And then when I saw the throwing knives and axes, I was like, well, Taylor has a bow and arrow. So I need a thing. So now I'm a throwing knife guy.
Oh, man. We talked about becoming guys like that. So now you're throwing
I'm Zippo guy.
Zippo guy?
Yeah, I've always got one. Clicking it open and closing it.
Crazy Zippo guy. Yeah,
I had to keep smoking again, but it was worth it.
Who were the other guys we thought? Oh, toothpick in the corner
guy.
Of the mouth guy. And then flips. This is with toothpick guy. Flips a coin in public and catches it guy.
Oh yeah, coin guy.
That is so old. You're in a zoot suit.
There's butterfly knife guy. Butterfly knife guy.
Oh yeah, butterfly knife guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, you got to pick one of those, Kyle, because throwing knife and I have a coin here, so I took that.
There's not many of those, but you got to be like there's like how many Monopoly pieces are there? Like 6 or 8? Like that's how many guys there are. It's about the same.
That's how many guys there are.
Yeah.
Oh, there's old boot guy. There's thimble guy.
Oh, not that. Don't. Yeah.
Guy. Yeah. God. I don't know if I'd have the self-control to open that package of knives and axes and not lay one right into that door behind you.
I feel like you have to open on the show to write it off on your text.
This would be This would be the perfect time. This would be the perfect time for an intruder to like bust. Can you imagine? like the greatest,
act, right?
the most viewed YouTube video of all time
ever. You'd be the most awesome guy.
Would be Woody wearing that fucking jumpsuit, and he'd just start throwing them. He doesn't know how to throw knives, but
throw back.
But hey, eventually, like 1 in a million shot, and he's just nailing this guy to the wall.
1 in 6.
Slow down! I'm new.
and then and like Woody thinks of a quip real quick. He looks back at the camera and he's like, "Stick around, I'll be right back."
I think he'll get the point.
Oh my god!
As you just fucking harmlessly throw it flat side into his chest as he's firing at you.
Like, thanks, I didn't come with a knife, but now that you've thrown them,
well, I stole all their TVs and I got a nice throwing knife set.
NASCAR knife thrower guy beats out Charlie bit my finger this week.
and Kyle would sit there and go, "This is fake. This isn't real." What, you think really?
So fake? Look, we gotta call them out when they're actually fake. Remember that miniature giraffe that I convinced Wings that it was real and he could get one?
Oh my god!
They had this commercial, like maybe a YouTube commercial. This is like 12 years ago or something, maybe. And they had these miniature giraffes, and I mean tiny, like the size of a cat. Mm-hmm. But it was a full-size giraffe. And if you think about that, that'd be a cool fucking pet. You'd like
awesome.
It probably poops.
Read it with a tabby and
it probably poops and it looks like BBs or something. Like a giraffe that size would be such a cool little motherfucker. And like, so they had this like silly commercial, and it was 2-pronged. I don't remember what they were advertising. It's neither here nor there. But they had the tiny giraffes, and then they had this link you could go to that was like a 24/7 live stream of the miniature giraffe refuge. And they just had, what they had was like 45 minutes of CGI that looped very, very like well of a giraffe like living in an enclosure. And we convinced my friend that not only were they real, but you could get one for a nice little sum of money. And he was just
oh my god,
well, that's just cool as fuck. Those are so cute. Wow, science.
What a fool
was the giraffe in the enclosure? Was there nothing that gave it scale around it?
No, there was a lot that gave it scale. Like it was CGI.
No, it was clearly a miniature.
It was really
giraffe.
Good CGI.
Oh, okay.
And it looked real enough. But you know, if you sit there for a moment, just like with that monkey with the machete there, you'll be like,
right.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong here.
I mean, some people would know that, other people wouldn't.
This is not at all like the monkey with the machete video. Yeah, at the very this is so obviously. I just linked the video at 24 seconds. You can see the giraffe. It is the fakest giraffe I've ever seen.
No, he looks pretty good. You just know that giraffes aren't that size. Look at the pillow move.
You would be that thing would be so delicate.
You'd be very careful.
You know, you can't inadvertently, like if you step on your dog or something accidentally, you're fine. That thing, like, oh, there goes a few $100,000.
Yeah, I think the giraffe for 10 grand. Am I right, Kyle? Does that
maybe so. And also, like, this isn't what we showed him. I don't think. No. It's really cool when he kisses it. What we were actually showing him was this like live stream where it was
mini
like
giraffe.
It was like a stable.
Yeah. I was gonna say like a Tiger King situation where they're running around the pen.
Right.
It's like, here we are on Mount Titicaca with the miniature giraffe refuge. There are only 8 in the world. And it was like, holy shit, they do look pretty fucking real. They kind of look real right now. I'm almost sold that they're mini giraffes. And but he was completely sold, and it was fucking gold. It was so fun.
Did Tiger King 2 drop? Did that come out?
Nah, I don't think so. I was on Netflix earlier this morning.
I wondered if it landed with like no Tiger King season 2, November 17th. It comes out.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if I'm that interested in the story anymore. Is he out of jail?
No. I think they did shorten his sentence, but he's still in jail.
Oh, really?
But I'm like, what made Tiger King amazing was the footage, the real footage of like him reacting to stuff and the journey that these people were on. If they're just doing interviews afterwards, which I think what it is, like, now that the show came out, what do you think? I'm not into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate anything like that. I want to say they did a thing like that already with Tiger King. Yeah, they did. Remember that? They made that extra episode
One
for
more
Tiger
episode.
King.
Yeah.
Where they're on
And
Zoom and it was so fucking
who did they have?
stupid.
Joel McHale or
Ugh.
somebody hosting it, and it was just like I hated him doing that. I'm fine.
Is
with
he the
him.
guy from Community, Joel McHale?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm almost positive he was hosting it because I think he was mostly hosting it because he was like everybody else, like he was a really big fan of it because he seemed really engaged and like when this happened and that, like he seemed to know what he's talking about.
It was funny how like media that would have been, come and go was huge and dominating our culture because of the pandemic and the lockdown.
Yeah.
Animal Crossing, that wasn't that good a game. Right, but Animal Crossing was huge. Every woman on the planet seemed to be playing it because they're locked in. Tiger King, interesting, but it wouldn't have been the focus of American culture if it wasn't for COVID.
It was our life for a week.
Yeah, everyone was locked away. What are you gonna do?
It was funny.
And once you had seen it, you really genuinely wanted others to see it. Like because I watched it twice. I watched it once with my girlfriend at the time and once with my dad. And I just remember watching it with my girlfriend, and we would be on somewhere around episode 3 and getting toward the end, and I'd be like, can you believe how insane this show is? And then you get to the end of episode 3 or so, and it's like, oh, and just so you know, they murdered them all. And you're like, wait, I'm watching a show about murderers? And it's just like, and you get to the end of episode 4, and it's like, oh, and by the way, here he is, dun dun dun, and it's like that guy we've been spending an hour like talking about, like he's Bigfoot. He's part of the show now. Like every episode ended so well. It was so well. It's a crazy story. It really is.
What are you talking about? Who
Tiger King
showed up in the 4th?
Oh, I'm
episode?
not literally. What I'm saying is like at the end of every episode, it was just an awesome like.
Yeah, when all of a sudden you're like, wait, that's his boyfriend. What?
Yeah,
like a boyfriend.
That would happen.
In addition to the tigers, the Tiger King kept a harem of boys. And then be like, all right, let's look into this.
He wasn't even gay. He just really liked men. Right? At one point, he was like, when you watch porn, is there 2 girls in it or a guy and a girl? He's like, well, a guy and a girl. You ain't that straight.
I can work
you
with
can
that.
like real time. You can like hear him gaslighting this guy into sucking his dick. He's like, well, you're not. You're clearly not that straight. You sucked me off last night. It's like, that was for the meth.
You barely cried at all. You barely cried at all this time.
Like after the show ended and they like come back and like, I'm actually not gay.
Dude, that clip where like that guy is like the guy that he was fucking, who I don't remember. He was the taller, younger guy who was like the pride of the harem for the Tiger King. Like he like walked into that room and was like fucking around with a gun. And then like killed himself, and you could just see the other guy in the room like, oh,
There was no build up to it, nothing. Like the guy got a little more attention, like we kind of got to know him better, and then he killed himself.
That came out of left field. Yeah, it was like, what
came
the
out of left
fuck?
Field. Perfect. I did not see that coming. I had no idea.
That's what I'm getting at. Like as crazy of a story as the Tiger King saga is, the people who made that show. I want to find out who made that show and what other shows have they made. Like I want them to make more shows about other things that have nothing to do with tigers or Tiger Kings, because like the way that they like roll you from episode to episode and like you just said, the way that there's like, I feel like some other documentary would be like, and that was the day that little Billy accidentally shot himself, and then there'd be this whole build up. And then there'd be like text at the bottom, you're about to see the footage of that day where Billy accidentally
sensitive viewers.
And you'd be sitting there like, all right, well, I guess the guy's gonna like accidentally shoot himself now. Everybody gather around. But no, you're watching it and it's just like some bullshit footage and just bang. And a human being just watched another human being shoot himself in the face. So he's just like,
if the genie gave me 3 wishes, I think I'd get the footage that was burnt to come back.
Oh yeah, that would be a good thing.
Would you want the crocodilian footage? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Like the guy had years of
footage. Oh, come on. We know what's on that footage. Give me like another angle of the Zapruder film or something like that. Like I know what's on the Tiger King footage. It's a fucking redneck going up there and burning some crocodilians alive to get rid of some equipment.
No. the footage was in the crocodile thing. It was years worth of footage that he realized was incriminating. So he burned all his crocodiles and the area where the footage was.
Oh, you're talking about the lost footage that was in that trailer.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
What Tiger King actually is like the leftover scraps, and that was magic. The real magic is lost forever.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Can you imagine? Can you imagine all of the because the stuff I was really interested in was all the employees that worked there and their backstories. They were fascinating. When they were eating out of that frozen food truck, that was wild.
Oh, every employee there is from the island of broken toys.
Toys, they were all fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would just he'd go to bus stations, look for people who had no hope, and offer them a little hope. You look fucked up. We have a job and drugs. Those are my favorite things.
Hey, you ever feed a tiger or suck a cock?
I only want to do one of those. I think I can guess which one.
You're guessing wrong, but you do have meth.
What was the context of when
you can't
he
do
was
both at the same time?
Was it Carol Baskin? She released something when he gave that line, I am never going to financially recover from this. He's
Somebody
crying.
Was hurt, right?
It was when that woman got her fucking trans. It was when that
dude,
trans person got their arm bitten off, and they're laying on the fucking ground bleeding.
Yeah.
And he walks away so callously.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
Yeah.
You know who's never going to financially recover from that? The person without an arm.
Yeah. And they stayed.
No insurance, no anything. They're just fuck. Yeah, they stayed. That was the fucked up thing. That, like you said, Kyle, the way it played out, you didn't see the person with no arm until after that clip of them losing their arm, and then there's the interview. Well, let me tell you what it's like. What the fuck? This is insane.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they stayed. they kept feeding tigers for a living. And
she stayed there. The best part was they were like, well, I can't remember if that person wants to identify as man or woman, but I
forget too.
Yeah.
So whatever they want, that's what I meant. So he says, he's like, they told me they could save my arm, but that would mean staying in the hospital for weeks or even months, and that would make the tiger park look bad. Because I would be in the news.
You're right.
I'd be in the news. I'm in the news every week. Oh, girl hangs on with dangly arm. Will they keep it? Will it fall off? What will happen?
Oh,
she's like, just cut it off. Let's get this out of the news.
Let's get back to work.
I got another one.
Let's get back to feeding tigers. Give me the arm. I'm going to give it to Tony. He wanted it.
He clearly wanted it.
yeah. She feeds what's left of her arm to Tony after they detach it.
And he was a fan of arms.
He clearly enjoyed being the Tiger King.
He loved it,
but didn't have as much interest in training the tigers or anything to do. When he would walk in there, you could tell that even he was and they're perfectly fine. And sometimes they walk up close to you like that. And
a tiger attacked him, and I think he accused Carol Baskin of putting tuna on his boots or something.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
Yes,
that fucking bitch Carol Baskin put tuna in my shoes. Why would she do that?
Shit, that's right.
And then she all the evidence, or at least the way the show presented it, which you never know, it seemed like she killed her husband by feeding him to tigers. And they would it wouldn't even be edited. They'd be like, what do you say to the accusations that you fed your husband to tigers? She's like, well, that is just so insane. And just saying it with jubilation and glee in her voice. Oh, little old me. No.
Wasn't her husband a drug dealer who routinely flew a single engine plane low over the ocean? And that's how he died.
All right.
I thought that was her boyfriend.
I feel like you're adding a lot of things to this. I don't remember them saying he was a drug dealer. I don't remember if he flew it low over the ocean. And I don't know how routine it was. I don't remember the drug part. I mean, it could be true. Maybe that came out later. But
I remember a huge amount.
Flew to Costa Rica. I'm going to Google it.
Woody Santa Claus is over here giving the kids presents. Don't come to us with this low flying drug dealer angle. Okay, I need Carol back. All right, don't take this from me.
He was being a good guy.
We're having fun here.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will watch the next series.
Actually, they found the wreckage of the plane. Turns out he just got lost. Don't do that.
Tiger.
Don't tell me about
Tiger Claws on
Santa
him.
Claus.
No, what's an easier way to get rid of a body? I know the pig thing from horror movies, but tigers have to be up there. Like, they probably don't eat the bones and everything like a pig does. So you still have to clean up your husband's bones.
I don't know.
It'd be a quick death. It'd be a real quick death if you're fed to tigers. But I think that the claim was that she killed him and then pushed him into the tiger cage
to get rid of the evidence there. You know, God, some people could just do some fucking sick shit.
I know. Like, and there has to be part of you, unless you're like a serial killer, that as you're doing that, you're like, this is wrong.
What am I doing? How did I get here?
Not again.
I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have murdered my husband. What was the reason given?
He was divorcing, right?
Divorcing
for a younger woman.
He's gonna take the tigers.
Yeah,
he's gonna take my tigers, and so I had to kill him. Is what they're saying. I did.
That's what they're saying.
She
was get all those girls to work for free for her.
That was great. Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Like a
yeah.
It was interesting how like how the tiger thing sort of attracted these very similar but very different individuals. Like they were all essentially con people. They were all con men.
Definitely.
Who wanted sex or wanted some sort of like personal like satisfaction from their followers. They had the one guy who literally he was just like, I'm gonna get some bitches. Like, I'm gonna get some bitches up in here. Yeah, you get that house and you getting that one over there. Yeah, y'all work 18 hours a day, by the way, when you're not sucking my dick. And set up like 3 very attractive women if you consider what he looks like. And then the other guy has the 2 gay husbands. Mm-hmm. He's got it all set up. And then Carol Baskins over there just has all of those Karens who work for her and just kiss her fucking ass all day long.
Like, the tigers really did seem almost ancillary to their need to be in charge and be liked and be. It was just tigers were their method of doing it.
I looked into the husband and his death a little more, and it's a little sketchier than I was making it out to be. He did routinely fly to Costa Rica, but he did it to cheat on his wife. He would go and hire sex workers, especially when she was on her period. He would just go to Costa Rica and fuck other women.
Jesus.
He wanted a divorce, but she said he wasn't really serious about it. He filed a restraining order against her, but it seems like he wasn't serious about that because they still lived together. So he didn't really enforce it or do anything. And but they did seem to have some real marriage issues in that the restraining order and the divorce requests and stuff like that. And there's no sign of foul play. They don't have anything against her, but he just vanished. So
with a bunch of tigers around. Yeah.
So something's amiss.
She refused to take a polygraph, but I think that isn't that suspicious. I think I would too.
Yeah, I feel like a polygraph, if you're like super nervous, you could fuck it up.
Yeah.
Polygraphs are just interrogation techniques. Like that's the whole point. Is and like they can make that thing say whatever they want it to say.
Yeah.
Just so they can be like, hey, it seems like right here on this question, you didn't really know what was going on. What's that? Why does it say this and that say that? And you're like, I don't fucking know. I don't know what the scratchy lines mean. You can like
they can just make shit up.
Like, that's the best part. No one does.
Well, that's the thing they used to say in movies is like, put a thumbtack in your shoe and push down when you're
telling the truth, right? So that you're like stressed and nervous when you tell the truth, and because you're pressing on the thumbtack, and then when you're lying, you're an equivalent level of stressed and nervous as you were truthing with a thumbtack.
Yeah,
but then what if they reverse everything?
I think the idea is
that double negatives.
I think the idea is you always thumbtack, right? You just thumbtack on every question, and so every question is just a wash, and they're like, I don't know, no.
Yeah, this person's just skittish.
Yeah,
he just like
he seems terrified. His heart rate was 180 the whole time, and he's crying.
His heart beats 180, and his nose was bleeding the entire time.
By the time I got to his mother's maiden name, he was openly weeping.
Don't make me tell you my mother's. God. Like, sir, is there something wrong with your foot? It's bleeding all over the place.
And you're just filling out some forms.
You just have to be honest to be like, this won't work on me. I'm a notorious liar.
Yeah.
You don't, or Yeah, I guess there is no way to fool it because you're right, Kyle. It's not like they're saying like this wiggly line means you're guilty. They're just using it to press you for other stuff. I can't believe I never really thought.
The idea is that they start with a baseline, right? They ask you, "Hey, is your name Taylor?" Yeah, my name is Yes. Do you live in St. Louis? Yes. And now they've got a baseline for truthful responses amongst a lot of different sort of like.
It seems like the technique is to fuck up the baseline, right? Is your name Woody?
Yeah, you're just looking for inconsistencies. Like all of a sudden, it looks just like your other answers were for the truth that they know of, the baseline. And then when it jumps around a little bit, they got to go, oh, I guess that's a lie because it's not the baseline anymore.
Yeah,
it seems like they could just interpret it any way they want.
I think to some extent that probably works, but to another extent, like maybe you just asked me a question that really upset me.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's not admissible. So.
Hey, I just wanted to
take it anyway.
and okay, and you live in Georgia, yes. And your wife's a filthy whore, right? Wait, what? Look, it says right here, you got very angry. First of all,
yeah,
your wife was a filthy whore. You said she wasn't, but as you can see here, you were lying.
Yeah.
Your wife is a whore and I fucked her. What? He's just saying statements at me now to get me upset. Yeah. I mean, they would be fun to play around with. A lie detector, see like how accurate they actually are, how much you could fool it. Like have someone ask you a very obvious lie and then you try and finagle your way around it.
They were, because lie detectors, according to me, were from like the 70s or maybe 80s, and it was magic. Oh my God! Now we can tell you're lying. I remember the first time I saw one,
lies.
it was on the TV show That's Incredible, and they could tell if a person.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Now it seems like it could be an app on your Apple Watch that could be just as accurate. I wonder.
Getting some reading of your pulse and fucking temperature or something, and they deem you a liar. I saw one, and I think it is an interrogation technique. It's like trying to get a confession out of you. I can't remember the case, but the person came in and said, well, right now in this room, only one person knows what actually happened. But after this, we're all going to know what happened. And instantly that puts the thing in the guy's head like, oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Then as they take the test, they ask the questions. Then when it's done, she goes, well, I told you that we'd all know. And there were a lot of inconsistencies in your answers. She literally used it, even though it's not admissible in court. She used telling him that he fucked up, and it made him confess. He's like, well, they all know. I guess I better, come up with some accident scenario or self-defense or something.
That guy needed a lawyer.
I was listening to
right. Grab a mouthpiece, motherfucker. You're a dummy.
These crime podcasts are all the rage right now. By the way, thank you for listening to our podcast, everybody. There's so many good choices you have, and you chose us instead. Anyway, they were doing the story of Amanda Knox. Do you remember her? I barely knew her name. I don't really follow like tabloid news. But I was like, Amanda Knox, I know that one. Let's listen. So here's the deal. This chick, she's young. I don't know how young. Call her 17 to 19, something like that. And she's in Italy, but she's American. So her Italian is terrible. And she has a roommate that she's friends with, but not super close with. Her roommate had another group of friends that she was even more close with than she was to Amanda Knox. And her roommate, let's tell it this way. So Amanda comes home, and I guess the door is open when it shouldn't be. And someone didn't flush the toilet, which is not common, right? These girls always flush their own toilet. And she left. So Amanda Knox gets her boyfriend to come back. And for whatever reason, the police just show up. It turns out the police were part of like an electronics crime unit, and they found her roommate's phones. She had 2 phones, and they were returning those phones to her roommate. So it's Amanda Knox, her boyfriend Raphael, and the 2 cops are there. And they're like, oh, police, this is terrific. This place is sketch. I'm glad you're here. There's poop in the toilet. That's weird. The door's open. That's weird. And her roommate's door is locked. This door, her roommate would lock the door for like 2 minutes while getting changed, but mostly she wasn't a door locker. It was weird that her bedroom door would be locked. And the police are like, we can't knock down this door. It's against our procedure, etc. And they look around. Boyfriend's like Captain Hercules over there. And they're like, dude, kick down this door, right? You're not a cop. You're just a guy. Your girlfriend's asking you to kick the door down. He does. And he kicks the door down. Everyone starts screaming, right? And Amanda, her Italian is bad. She's not processing these Italian screams and everything. Something about a foot that, she doesn't know. Her roommate is dead in there, murdered, and they saw part of her body, I think under the bed, but I'm not sure about that. So then the Italian police get in their head that Amanda Knox is an absolute sex fiend and that she and her boyfriend had done some sort of like murder, rape, orgy thing, and they killed her roommate, possibly because she wasn't slutty enough. And the police run with this theory. Some evidence comes in, like finally a few weeks later, the DNA evidence comes in, and her roommate had been fingered by someone who is not Amanda or her boyfriend. There's another guy. They find out his name is Rudy. So Rudy was I feel like it's racist to say, an immigrant. I don't know what he was, but he was an immigrant. He had no job, and he had a record of doing some sort of bad. He had been in prison before, and he's the one who left DNA inside her roommate's vagina. Now, it wasn't semen, mind you. It was finger or something. And the police, though, they don't let Amanda Knox off the hook. They still think that she's behind this thing. You know how in America, how many days can they hold you? Is it 2? Or something, and then you have this right to a speedy trial. Like they have to acquit you, and then the whole bail thing can happen, but they can't just lock you up. In Italy, it's not 2 days; it's 4 years.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
mamma mia. That is.
They can hold you for
crazy.
4 years while they like get their case together and get ready to charge you. And they're like interviewing her harshly, this interrogation, and they kept telling her that she needs to remember that she did this. She needs to remember how there was this big like sex thing, and the tabloids are running with it like crazy. She's nicknamed Foxy Noxy. And,
God,
yeah,
idiots.
and she's just this like naive girl who doesn't understand what's happening. She doesn't have an attorney for the longest time. At one moment she remembered, right? It was for they gaslighted her into thinking that it was true. And she's low on sleep. They're just going at her. And she's like, yeah, I guess we did that. And she just wanted to please the interrogators. She's young. She's not even getting all of this. She, there were some weird things like that. I guess she had a coworker who was sick, and the boss said, we need you to come in. And then she's doing this by text. And then the boss says, never mind, we don't need you. And she's like, okay, see you later. In America, that means goodbye, right? Goodbye until next time. The Italians saw this as plans to meet up and, like do this whole sex murder thing because she said, see you later to her boss. All these things are getting twisted. She doesn't speak the language well enough to present her case. And it was years later before she was not just found not guilty. I guess you could be found innocent in Italy. And they also chastised the prosecutors on how to deal with this thing.
So how long was she in jail?
Between 2 and 3 years, I think.
One of these days they'll get her. Don't worry.
She made out like a bandit. So did they find out who did it or no?
It was that dude. So
same fingering dude?
He claimed that the two were sort of like going to be romantic. Zach says 4 years. Okay. He claimed that the roommate and Rudy, this is the immigrant murderer dude, were going to be romantic. They didn't have a condom, and then they like decided to stop there and go get one or something. He went to the bathroom. While he was in the bathroom, another guy came in, murdered her, and left. And he hid the whole
Don't you
time.
hate when that happens?
It's so stressful.
Yeah.
I wish times like that. You wish you had some tigers.
I forget that. Aside from that story being unlikely and unbelievable, they had some evidence that proved that wasn't the case. I think maybe Rudy's Oh, and then he like, well, like, why are your fingerprints all over and the blood, and why are your shoes in the blood and this and that? And he's like, well, I was trying to help her after she got murdered, and that's why my hands are all over her, looking like I was the murderer.
Yeah.
Was it his dump in the bowl?
Oh
yeah, it was. They tested that too.
They'd be remiss not
Apparently,
to.
that's not that uncommon. Like for murderers to get like super nervous and use the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
That's
You never think about murderers in that context, that they're really anxious about it. You always think like they're so excited to do it they can't wait.
Yeah, Amanda Knox has her own crime podcast now, and she has a different spin on these crimes. And I haven't heard it yet. I just heard her talk about it. But it was so most people, when they go through these crimes, they have these angelic victims and evildoers, and they tell the story of how their paths crossed and how awful that was. When she looks at it, she sees the victims as sometimes not so angelic, and perhaps like fully fleshed out people who were in a bad spot because of some bad decisions, and they see the murderers, the evildoers, as like maybe things got out of control and this wasn't his first choice on how this went down either. And I'm like, that does sound like an interesting take on these crimes, and one that perhaps someone who was tied up in one would have. So, but
it's like every case she just sees as the criminal is innocent. Like it's so blatant, but she's like, I don't know.
Right. So this mom, she put the kids in the SUV and rolled the SUV into the lake. But the kids were kind of assholes all along.
How loud they could be. And little
this one's 3.
I remember the lady who did that.
I made
that was a long time ago. The lady buckled her kids into the car seat.
Susan Smith or was it Susan Smith or the other one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know there were 2. There was one that drowned the kids in the bathtub, and then the other one drowned them in the
Susan Smith.
Yeah, it was got Susan Smith.
Good recall. Yeah. 43 was convicted in 1995 of murdering 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alex by strapping them into their car seats and letting her car roll into a lake in the mill town of Union.
I want to see Amanda Knox's take on it. Like, you got 3-year-old still not potty trained. Who among us would not have strapped him into an SUV and rolled him into the lake?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that would be really funny if her crime podcast is like, who's to say if Jonah Stevenson actually murdered these people? And it's like, we have his confession on tape. He admitted in it, he reveled in it, and he seemed to get a lot of sexual pleasure from it. Here's the video. But that, this could be like the Italian police. This could be a deep fake. It's like, no, as he's doing it, he's screaming, "This is not a deep fake. I'm doing this." Don't trust Amanda Knox and her nonsense.
As you can see, he's ejaculating.
No, he looks like a lock and load.
That's electrorectal forced ejaculation. That's a technique used by the Italian police.
That's an old lighting trick. That's fooled you though. I've never listened to a true crime podcast. I know there's a million of them, but that could be interesting.
My wife watches them on TV. Like, she's probably watching one. I would bet $1,000 she's downstairs watching some sort of crime. Dangerous women.
Does she like it because it's spooky?
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's fascinating.
They're pretty interesting shows.
She's worn out. She's used up the good ones, so now she's on to like the C tier of crime shows.
Yeah,
and they're cheesy and lame, and they'll take a story that should be told in one episode and they break it down to 8. And so it just drags on, and they take you down rabbit holes that you didn't need to go down.
Yeah, a lot of the shows are like that. Like Forensic Files is really good. I like watching that, especially it's on in every hotel room. So if you're ever staying in a hotel, it's the easiest thing. And they marathon the shit out of it at night. So it's cool to put on. But I know what you mean. Like, you run out of good episodes. You know what show is notorious for that? I love Air Disasters. Air Disasters is a show. It's got some amazing kind of Microsoft Flight Simulator type graphics. So they're able to really make these things and in detail look exactly what happened. And they have dramatizations of inside the planes, and they crash for some reason, and then NTSA gets up there and has to figure out what went wrong. And they go through, everything, equipment failure. They go through the pilot's records, all these things. Now, there have been, over the course of the years, some spectacular air disasters. Mm-hmm. And once you're through with all of those, like, the technology itself has gotten so good of late that there aren't really a lot of these spectacular airliners that go down anymore, especially in this country. There's, overseas, some of the planes aren't maintained that well, and they do cover some of those. But you start getting to, this guy, a tire fell off on his Cessna. Let's cover that. You're like, it's not as exciting as an L-1011 nosing in at an airport in 75.
I'm looking at season 1 versus season 14 on the Smithsonian channel. Yeah. Season 14, there's an episode called "Killer in the Cockpit," and I guarantee it's like, no, it was an electrical problem.
They landed.
Yeah,
I fly paramotors. Now, to say that makes me a pilot is like saying that someone who enjoys kayaks is a boat captain. Kind of. But I started getting into like other aviation stuff, and I watched content like you mentioned. People who were calling air traffic control and getting help. Some of the coolest ones are when the actual pilot dies and then passengers take over and have to land the plane.
Right. I'll talk in.
Yeah, that really happens. And I'm
keep your nose up.
It's the coolest thing. The guy's like, do you have any flying experience? He's like, I took a discovery flight on a Cessna 19 years ago. This is like a twin engine Beechwood or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand anything. He doesn't know how to change the radio. So they're like using the wrong frequency.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
But it's neat to hear air traffic controllers talk them in and land it stuff.
We're getting somebody up here with you that trains people on the aircraft that you're on. Don't worry, just give it. I heard one where a girl is just like hysterical crying, and she's up there. She was on a solo. She was actually training to fly, and I think her tire fell off when she took off.
Oh, no.
Like one of her tires fell off, and she's like, we're gonna circle you around, get all the fuel out, as much fuel as you can, burn it up, and then come into land. And she was really scared at first, and then she brought it in, and they talked her in, and you could tell over the time while they're talking to her that she got a little more confidence and a little less emotional. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. People get in some weird situations.
So I'm flying my paramotor with a friend. This is like 2.5 years ago. And what you do when paramotors can fly low, and we're flying together, and we see a field, and from the sky it looks like a maze, which is super cool because you can drop down, and then you're like zooming around, going sideways, like swinging around the trees and such. I was smart. I looked at like 500 feet, and then I flew again at like 150 feet looking for power lines. And once I knew where they were, I dropped down lower. I was a little more experienced than my friend, but he was at a stage where I felt like mother henning him was insulting. Like, don't forget, you have to look for power lines. It's like, look, he's an adult. He's got hundreds of hours on this thing. And so I'm not going to tell him how to fly. He hits a power line.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So he's flying, and everybody knows the patterns of where a power line might be. They tend to be next to roads and leading to buildings. This one wasn't where it belonged. Like, it cut diagonally across a front yard. And so he hits a power line. The wing melts, and the power like shuts off to the neighborhood or something. But the real damage to him was from the fall. He didn't fall that far, but he fell like, I'm going to make it up, like 12 feet, something like that, which is pretty rough. Go hop on a 12-foot ladder and drop on your ass and see how it goes. So he can't really walk too well at this point. I come in, I land, I check him out. We come up, I'm going to get his van. I'm going to pick him up. And that, like, I am spooked. In aviation, they call it a fear injury. And in spite of the fact that I have like hundreds of hours and 1,000 flights or something, I feel like I don't know how to do this anymore.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And I launch and barely fucking make it. Like, you launch on your feet and I'm like falling forward, stumbling as thankfully I find lift and rise into the air. And there are trimmers that make it go faster and brakes. I don't want to touch anything. I suddenly have no faith in this ridiculous contraption. It's just like a lawn chair and kite strings going to this thing. And like the whole way back, I'm just like, fuck.
Kyle was right.
Wow.
For a moment, you saw it the way Kyle and I have from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is launching is optional, but landing is mandatory. And I'm like, I have to fucking land this thing. Like, I can't get out of it. I can't get anyone to do it for me.
Oh my God.
Fuck, I'm in this position. I have to land this thing. I have to get his van and I have to bring my buddy back home. And the flight is long, not long, 35 minutes, 45 minutes. And the whole time I'm just like fucking psyching myself out, knowing that this landing is coming up and knowing that there's no way to avoid it. I'm just fucking doomed. And I bring it home and I'm like doing everything that like my first day instructors taught me. Eyes on the horizon, feet in the air, running position, delta force, one in front of the other, whatever. And I fuck up the landing, but not horribly. I like run forward a couple steps, then I fall on my knees and palms. And I'm like, well, not hurt. Bonus points. My shit's not broken. And I got the van and I brought him home.
You got you got the yips.
Yeah.
You've done it a million times.
And I had it for a while too. Dude, yeah, no, I mean, I was going to say my next flight, my wing broke, but that was after a different incident. Through the reserves. But
what kind of injury did your buddy have?
He had some sort of hip displacement. Like, I guess your hip has like cartilage, like holding it together. So when he walked, almost like a pregnant woman, like it kind of like shifted. And he just needed to stay off his feet for a couple weeks as his hips like fused again.
Oh God!
And he's 100% fine from that. But
does he enjoy the sport still, or
he's actually an instructor now? So
my goodness!
Yeah.
Don't do this.
Yeah.
So, Woody, speaking of the paramotoring thing, do you want to talk about that photo you sent us today? That injury.
Oh
my God!
Because that was the most gruesome injury I've ever seen of a paramotorer. You want to lay it out there? It's the kind of thing that like Kyle and I were like, what if this happens? Like,
oh God.
So if you don't know what a paramotor is at all, probably your listeners do. I mean, it's a lawn chair with a propeller on your back, and then it flies something like a parachute. The cliche for starting this thing is on your back or in a rack. Right. And what you don't do is you don't just start it like a lawnmower on the ground. If for some reason this thing is at any kind of throttle at all, it blows towards you and it can hurt you. And a guy in the paramotor community, I don't know the specifics, but I know that he was ground starting it. And I have pretty high confidence that for some reason it ground started at full throttle. This happens sometimes. It's happened to me. But it was on my back because I'm smart like that.
Dummy. Yeah.
And I just turned it off. But if you start it and it blows at you like that, it's super dangerous. And this guy scalped himself. There's a like trying to.
Oh my God!
Like this much of his head is missing,
Jesus.
And his skull stopped the propeller. He broke the propeller with his Homer Simpson head, but the picture of it is gruesome, and hair is not going to grow back on.
It's like you can see skull in the photo, like just clean.
Oh wow!
Chop right off the top. So, dude, what an embarrassing. He's gonna have to lie that he was a veteran or something.
Let's go free Starbucks.
It's tempting to ground start these things. It's a terrible idea. If you're ground starting, which is to say it's not on your back, it's probably because it's not starting well. right? You're having a tricky day. It doesn't want to fire right up. Anyone who's had a lawnmower knows sometimes it's first pull, sometimes it's not. Mm-hmm. And the trouble is, like, those days when it's not working really well are also the days that it can jump at you and hurt you
and scalp you.
Yeah.
Now, how big? So there's no guard on the prop. How big is the prop?
130 centimeters. How big is that?
I'm not fucking European.
Yeah, right. I'll Google it.
A centimeter.
51 inches.
All right.
Yeah, about dick sized.
Okay. Yeah. And there's no like guard. There's no guard around it.
So that's a good point. All right. Some motors, very few motors, have netting in front of it that is strong enough to protect you. Most motors have netting in front of it that is really just designed to keep the lines and the brakes from going to it.
Oh, good, yeah.
But it's not strong enough to keep like your hands from going through, or like, if you were to headbutt it, the netting, imagine it being crisscross like a basket weave, but looser. Yeah. It'll spread open. You could like give birth to your head through it. And I don't know what kind of motor he had, but
a powerful one, I'm told.
There's really only two that have the strong netting that protects.
They called it the Comanche Scalper 4000.
So anyway, he got really hurt.
Wow.
And
I'm guessing they didn't find the scalp, because I'll tell you what, my first instinct would be like, get the scalp.
Yeah.
Get my scalp. Does someone have my scalp?
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a chance they could, because they can reattach fingers, and why couldn't
prop? It probably ripped off, and the prop flung it like a frisbee.
Go get it. Go get it. Yeah, that's my hair. Like, you know what? I parted this way. We could put it back on at an angle so it comes.
Yeah.
He's ended up looking like this.
He wishes he looks like that now. He doesn't have any of that coverage.
Your shit's broken up. You're all fucked up. It's audio and video. Yeah, that's awful though. I've there's those YouTube channels that do like worst ways to die, and apparently one of the most painful things that can happen to you is scalping. Something about the blood flow or something, and the fact that it just keeps hurting day after day and doesn't really heal right.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
that sucks. Yeah, I know that. Like facial injuries and stuff, they tend to bleed a lot more than the rest of your body.
A lot of blood vessels up there.
Scalp injuries are like crazy bleeders.
Yeah,
you get a little ding in your head, it's just pouring down your face. Someone looks and he goes, "Oh, that's nothing."
That's you see it in fighting a lot.
Yes, with the razor blades, and they cut themselves.
They just take a little blade and they make a little nick right in their hair,
right,
and it would bleed so profusely that like at home it looks like this guy's taking a beating.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It's home entertainment.
Great.
I watch MMA a lot, and people, get elbows to the hair, and it just bleeds like crazy when it cuts them.
Jesus
Christ. But that poor guy. He's disfigured, really. Like,
how much fuel do you carry with you?
So the legal limit's 5 gallons, but mine is like 3 something.
And that lasts for what? Flying around average.
So if I were to stretch it with an efficient wing and stuff, I could make it for like 4 hours, but I tend to like 1 hour flights. So
you must is it tiring?
It's not really that tiring. It can be if you do acrobatics, which I do, but
oh my goodness, I don't like hearing that.
We should go for a tandem. I'll fucking take you upside down.
Woody has a backup parachute that he sometimes has to throw because he's quote unquote going down.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had an incident. I was practicing a move I hadn't quite mastered yet on a wing that was fairly new to me. That was the root bad decision making that led to all this. And I was just in this configuration where the wing and I were spinning, right? Like picture the center of it being the what do you say, the center point, and the wing and I spinning around it. And I spent a lot of my altitude trying to fix it, trying to get the wing to fly again. Probably maybe 900 feet off the ground. I was like, I can't fix this. I'm running out of altitude, and I throw my reserve chute, and it doesn't work.
Oh, no.
The wing collects the reserve chute, and now it's just 2 piles of laundry. And I briefly was like, if I throw this other reserve, I don't have any more reserves. Like, maybe I should keep it so I still have a reserve when I land. But I threw the other one and it just worked. And I wasn't under reserve for very long at all that time, maybe like 15 seconds. And there's something called a PLF fall. When you land, like say you're drifting this way, the idea is like you land on your feet, your calf, your hip, your ribs, your arms, and just sort of like roll into it. It's a parachute landing fall. My brother was the 82nd Airborne. He maybe I remember hearing about that one. Yeah. I'm trying to determine how I'm going to PLF, and I am going straight down. Like there is no wind at all. Oh, and I'm just like, how do I even roll? I don't know. Like I'm just
collapse.
Yeah.
I end up going like feet, butt, propeller. Like I'm on my back, and then I'm stuck there like a turtle, just attached to my paramotor, strapped in, and I'm like, I can't get up. So I have to unstrap and crawl away from everything, and I'm just shocked that
do you cut the throttle before you land?
In this case I cut the throttle before I started.
I'm fascinated by this, by the way.
But I cut the throttle at about 100 feet every time. So you just what I do is I make this like contract with myself. I'm like a half a mile away at 2,000 feet, and I don't want to touch the throttle again. I am practicing landing with a motor out every time I land. And unless something goes wrong, I don't touch the throttle for the last like 15 minutes of the flight. If something does go wrong, you can always go round.
Wow, 15 minutes.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't think I'm exaggerating. So then, and then once I'm at like 100 feet, 50 feet, and I know with confidence I'm going to land in a good spot, I turn it off. So, because I don't want to land. Well, I do sometimes land under power. Like if the situation,
I wouldn't want that fucking thing running anywhere near when I have to land running on my feet. You don't know, you ass over tea kettle, and then that thing Cuisinarts your fucking head.
It goes the other way too, though. Like, what if you're in your last 25 feet and there's something you don't like?
And then you gotta
sink or
go
something
around
like that. You can go around. Jesus. So if the conditions are not smooth, I might leave it running.
That guy's gonna be wearing a lot of hats.
Exactly.
He is. That's his new look.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Did he have a lot of hair before?
I'm not sure.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't a big loss. Yeah, I was in such a rush to get ready, but I saw that picture but somehow I've forgotten about it until Taylor just brought it up. But yeah, that's fucking gruesome. It's fucking gruesome.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah. So Zach, please don't share this picture, but I'm going to give it to Anthony. I think it's too gruesome for YouTube, really.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah,
that's
brutal.
Terrible. Holy shit!
It's not really to the audience's benefit. Like, it's not really the side of the head; it's really the crown of his head.
Yeah,
it's almost centered.
It's like dead center. The whole crown. It's like, if he were if he becomes Jewish, the yarmulke will cover all this up.
A yarmulke would be.
Really, he could pass it off as male pattern baldness almost. Like now he's got the horseshoe.
Yeah, except there's a skull underneath instead of pink skin.
Fuck.
Yeah, you know how people go bald with jagged edges and huge amounts of pink scar
I'm going to
tissue.
be banned from the paramotor community for your jokes.
It's going to happen to you all. Your hobby's silly.
They can't ban you. in that world, what are you too big to fail? You're like Fannie Mae. They can't take you down. You're the one bringing the attention to it.
There's a culture in aviation where people share their mistakes, and hopefully you learn from what I've done wrong. And like I shared that reserve throw thing. Like I told everyone about it. I made a video so that they just know the risks that are associated with acro and risky decisions. That's why he shared it. So other people, it seems like 3-4 people a year ground start and chew themselves up with the prop.
Oh God! You have 2 reserves?
I do, but I'm unusual in that way. Most people have 0 or 1.
That's crazy.
I have 2. Yeah. I
love that you have 2.
Yeah, I have 2.
Not only
did he have 2, but he needed it. Yeah,
he needed 2. That's insane, man.
Yeah. You should be an instructor. You'd be safer than any of these bozos.
Some people would disagree. I take a lot of risk and mitigate a lot of risk.
I carry 17 extra parachutes.
Yeah, it's just reserves all over.
It's just parachutes. That's all that's in that bag, son.
I decided to lose the engine part of it. Too dangerous. Now I just run across my yard as fast as I can. It's more of a cardio exercise.
Holy shit.
You never get flying. Speaking of cardio exercises, I am sweating so much in this cow costume.
In the cow
I
costume.
bet.
It is
I've
so
got the
hot.
AC at 64 in this room.
I got a tank top on under this, and I went to go pee. So when I unzipped my cow, like it's like a different color of sweatiness now from being in here. This probably like came straight from China. Like I'm really itchy everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Asbestos is probably
It
one of
could
the
be.
ingredients.
Maybe, yeah. I hope I don't get mesothelioma.
COVID-20. Yeah.
I start the new thing. They're suspecting it came from a cheaply bought cow costume from China.
How much was your costume?
$50.
Really? This is like
Everything costs
$130
$50.
or something.
Don't you understand? You could have bought 3 axes and 3 throwing knives. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I've got tax deductions for costumes and throwing knives off it tonight.
I've got so many costumes that I've never worn other than that. I've got the squirrel costume. I've got an unopened priest over there. I just now noticed. I could have taken advantage of that for this year. Priest will be good next year. Remind me, I'll do that. There's a lot of easy plug and play bits.
They're
could do
evergreen.
Bible stories.
Yeah. Bible story.
Yeah,
And it was funny. I was like,
resurrect that.
I was walking through, and it's like, this was last year, and I was grabbing the priest one. I was like, oh, the priest one? That's pretty funny. Oh, the rabbi one is hilarious, though. And I was like,
oh boy.
somehow that seems a little more risque than a priest doing a rabbi.
The
I have
cleric.
a story lined up.
Yeah.
This is from like August, so it's not so long ago. The New York Times now claims that a series of studies performed by the Catholic blog The Pillar have prompted at least one priest to resign. I guess the deal is the Vatican's in freak-out mode because they found a bunch of priests on Grindr.
Oh my God, Grinder.
What?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. No way.
Dude, we've said this before, but literally like centuries and centuries ago, if like the king had a gay son, they just pushed him into the priesthood. Like that was like an encouraged thing where it's like, oh, Johnny II, little light in the loafers, we're going to push him to the Vatican. Whereas, Greg, stout, he can stay here and carry my lineage. So yeah,
I thought you were going to say pushed him out the window like in Braveheart.
I thought it was going to a cliff. That's where I thought he was headed.
Actually, that's probably how a lot of it went too. You're gay? Push him out the window.
Yes, I am trained in the arts of war and tactics. Well, come with me and wham right out.
Oh, that's such a funny scene.
God, it's hilariously horrible.
It took me back, like it took me aback when I watched that as a kid. I'm like, oh, he's probably dead.
And then this person who speaks to me as if I need his help.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good. Longshanks was fucking just a piece of shit.
I had no idea they were supposed to be gay. When I was watching it, I was like, wow. So just throw your son's friend out the window like that. Your very close friend that you hang out in a locked door at the top of a castle. It does make more sense now looking back.
Yeah. Once you get older and realize what's going on, it makes a lot of sense. That movie's one of those that if it's on, you're going to watch it. One of those like that. And Goodfellas and fucking Alien and
Casino.
I haven't seen Goodfellas in forever. Casino, I haven't seen that in even longer.
That's the one with the main character played De Niro played a Jewish guy, right? That's Casino.
Yeah. Joe Pesci.
Really
Joe Pesci reminds him of that a few times in the movie.
Dude, I still can't buy Joe Pesci as a tough guy. I'm really struggling with a tough 5'2" fat dude.
I know, but he's got like short guy rage, I guess. Because I don't know. When you watch Goodfellas, it kind of works, especially when you give him a gun and it doesn't matter how big he is.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. I don't remember him shooting people in Casino. He's always beating them up with pens and fists and shit like that.
Well, the pens thing is why he's dangerous. I know, is that like he's not going to fight you fair. he'll see you like taking a piss and he'll go stab you in the kidneys with a fucking fountain pen.
Let's say it's not 5'2" Pesci and it's some 5'6" woman. Do you think that woman and a bic is going to take you down, Taylor? Fuck no.
If she surprises me and stabs me in the neck with
You're
it,
going to grab her wrist and be like, you do not have the athleticism that a pen will make up for this.
No, I'm
you
not.
are my bitch.
It would be in my neck before I knew, and then my only move would be...
It would not. It would not. You'd be like, you have made a grave
Are we
error.
fighting women who are armed with big pens?
We're talking about Joe Pesci, and he's saying that a 5'6" woman with a pen is scary if 5'2" Joe Pesci is scary. But a woman wouldn't be as insane as Joe Pesci.
What? Have you not met a woman before?
I've beaten up a lot of women. Trust me. Like
join the club.
I'm the only one here who's actually beaten up a woman. So Gamal.
Have you been arrested for it?
No.
Checkmate.
Damn, you tried to be the big man, Woody. Shot down.
Jesus.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Oh no, weapons charge is a little more sexy though.
That is. Oh, can you buy guns when you're in South Carolina, or no?
Oh, can I? Will I? Of course. I am so excited to go into, like the liberals all say, just walk into a 7-Eleven and buy a machine gun. I'm so excited.
That'd be so great. Yeah. It'd be so fun if that was how it actually works. Like the way it works in like journalists, where like if you could actually walk into a 7-Eleven and be like, one saw, please. And they're like,
it's easier to buy a gun than it is to vote in this country. It's like, shut the fuck up, right?
You can't be
like, don't even need an ID. Yeah, they just give me a gun. I'll stand online, no ID. I'll walk in and hand me a gun. Yeah. Now, is that how it works?
Forgive me for being an idiot. In North Carolina, you definitely need an ID. Is there any state where you don't?
No.
No, he's talking about for guns.
The loophole. No. To vote, you could just walk in
we don't
without
need an ID. Yeah,
of course.
You need ID.
I have to know your name and address. And
they always say though that guns, it's easier to get a gun than it is to vote. They say in this country, and it's like, shut up. You don't know the
only people who would say that is someone who's never gone through the process of buying a gun.
Exactly.
Like they just see like an episode of TV where Homer walks in and
even
out
The Simpsons.
With a shotgun.
No. Remember the episode of The Simpsons where he's like, "Sorry, buddy, there's a 5-day waiting period." He's like, "Oh, but I'm mad now.
I'm angry now."
I'm bad now. That's great.
Oh, what a hilarious line.
I'm
angry now.
The internet was going wild about how
beautiful
lethal AR-15s were like 2 or 3 years ago. Do you remember that? And they acted like the recoil was like brutal and it could bust your shoulder and bruise you up from
an AR-15. It felt like, there was a journalist said it felt like a M80 or something was exploding in my face. I heard, did it? You fruit.
It's like, you literally didn't shoot it
really well. He took an AR-15 and he held it up to his nose and he pulled the trigger and you saw it go like that, which is what it would do.
Yeah.
And there was a non-gun owner in their comments just like, this is a really effective way to demonstrate what it's actually like.
Yeah. They think everything is like an AK in a movie where they're like chasing down Indiana Jones and they're like losing it up in the air.
I like to see him do it the other way with the nose on the.
That's a bad idea.
That guy you're talking about, Woody, or maybe it was Anthony, that journalist who was like, I think he also said something like, and honestly, I don't want to exaggerate, but I feel as though I have a mild form of PTSD from having fired this weapon of war.
Oh, and then they're showing children. The responses, they had like a girl shooting guns and she's smiling and laughing. Yeah, just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
lies.
That's the lies.
Just
that's
fibbery.
The big issue, right?
Yeah.
If they were accurately reporting that like it shoots 30 rounds and you can reload it in, I don't know, for me 5 seconds, but maybe for someone else 1. Then at least that's accurate. That's what they do. But this whole PTSD and the kick and now you're lying. Don't lie.
They're trying to get people to stop buying them in record numbers. Maybe that's what it is.
They're so bad at it, but first of all, they're not trying to. What they want is to sell ads against their like, oh my God, can you believe this is happening? Can you believe this is happening?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they want. But like every time they come on and they talk about those fucking PTSD giving killing machines that you can buy at your 7-Eleven for $600.
Yeah.
How many? I mean, look, doesn't that if who out there isn't going, really? I can't.
Yeah.
I can get a PTSD giving killing machine for $600 at 7-Eleven. I mean, I got $600.
And like, then they pick the stupidest store. Like they act like you're like, I'm gonna go pick up some wooden dowels at Pottery Barn. Oh, an AR-15. Yeah, just throw that in the cart. Throw that in the cart. You know, it's good for crafting.
The one they show all the time is the gun show loophole, right?
Yes,
like you can go to a gun show and just come home with anything you want.
Yeah,
that is not my experience.
No,
no background checks, no nothing.
It's not
so
yeah.
easy.
What really? They always ran my information because I bought guns from gun shows.
Mm-hmm.
But if you run into like a dude at a gun show, if you were to meet me in gun show around 2016 or whatever, and you were like, "Hey, Kyle, how would you like to buy my shotgun from me? $200. I need some money." I would have peeled off $200. You would have left with it, and I'd have left with your shotgun, and that would have happened right there in the parking lot.
Yeah. So what they're really saying is private sales don't have a background check because, like, I don't have the capability to even background check. And if a private person meets a private person at a gun show, which sometimes happens, you know, guys walk around, they usually have flags sticking out.
Yeah, they do.
And
interesting.
Yeah, so that you can do a private sale, but all the tables and stuff, those people are stores.
Yeah. The private sales, that's, you know, people sell each other anything. It doesn't and if there's no real law against it.
No, there's not. And I wouldn't want there to be. Like, I grew up doing private sales. There were so many times where what I just described would actually happen, where like a friend of mine would need some money and they knew that I wanted as many guns as I could get. And they're like, "Hey, Kyle, I've got a gun. Do you have $600?" And it's like, absolutely, I do. Those are $1,000 new. Yes, give me your gun. And I bought so many guns that way. Guns I didn't want. Nonsense guns.
Nonsense
guns you've since gotten rid of.
Nonsense guns. Yeah, I don't have many more. You know,
just to like fill up space. We're like, there's a space where there's not a gun in my home.
Yeah.
This will fit nicely there.
I was doing that for a while. I was buying guns like just because I wanted to. I'd go to the gun store. I loved going to the gun store and checking out guns, and then you couldn't leave without one. Yeah. I'm here. There's a fuckload of guns for sale. I have some money. Fuck yeah, let's buy another.
Well, in New York, like, how long did you have to wait to get it?
You didn't.
Oh,
it's amazing. The waiting in New York comes with trying to get the ability to buy a gun in the first place. That's when they make you wait. You can't even touch a pistol in a gun store without a license in New York. Literally, you're not allowed to have a guy show you a gun in a gun store and pick it up. You can't even touch it without handing over your New York State
crazy.
License first. So it takes forever to get one of those. And forget about the city. The state alone is bad enough.
Do you have to be a special person? Like have a reason?
Not for the state, and it's usually a target that they give everybody. So you need a reason. You got to belong to a club that has 24-hour range access and all the happy horseshit, so you're able to carry it on you 24 hours. But then once you get your license, now you can buy a gun. You walk into a gun store, buy a gun, take it home that minute, like the second you buy it. But they also give you a sheet with all the info on it. You have to take that to a precinct within a week, police precinct. They have to register it, and then you got to take the slip of paper back to the gun store. And it's a big fucking. They do whatever they can to frustrate you into not wanting to do it. But you know, once you have your license, you take it home that day. When you're still nice and angry.
Yeah. When you're still out for vengeance.
Right.
I bought the gun, but after all this bureaucracy, I'm furious.
Yeah.
If you have a concealed carry in North Carolina, it's a similar thing. You can go pick up a gun right away. And I think actually for a long gun, you can get it same day too.
South Carolina is where I'm going, but
I'm going. North Carolina is the one I know because I live here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, South Carolina's got some great laws or lack thereof when it comes to buying guns, carrying. They just did open carry with a permit and stuff. But I don't really like open carry at all.
It doesn't seem to be like. I don't remember who said it to me, but it's like if you're walking around Walmart open carrying and someone decides they want to fuck up that Walmart, you're just like,
you're the problem.
Number one. Like,
right. You're the primary target.
Shoot that guy. Bang.
Yeah.
That's not even my problem with open carry. I just don't want to deal with everybody's judgment on my decision to open carry. Like that's
another thing. Sure. Yeah, people would be like, "Oh, look at this fucking Rambo. Who are you?
Right.
Big
who
tough
is this
guy
cosplaying as
Wyatt Earp. Right. All that shit. Literally hear you because I've heard from people. They literally hear gasps, like. They see it like women just losing their fucking shit over somebody open carrying.
And you keep pretend reaching for it. It's not brandishing. I'm joking.
I heard a gasp. I thought someone was being killed. I was protecting you.
I'm gun comfortable, but even I like see it on the cop's hip, and it was like, oh yeah, that shit's for real. Like it.
Yeah. But you always think if you could. Like how it would go if you tried to take the gun from the cop.
I always think that. I don't know why. It's like thinking like when you're in church, you could be at a funeral and you're just thinking horrible things like, what would people do if I got up there and just started tap dancing on the ball? Like you come up with these things you would never do. But when I see cops, and there's plenty of cops now in Penn Station, New York City, when I take the train in, and I just think like, just go up there and fucking grab that pistol right out of there. And you kind of freak yourself out. Like the only thing that's keeping me from doing it is whatever sanity I might have left in my head.
Is me being in control of my hands right now.
Right. Yeah.
And it'll change your evaluation of it. Will change. Like it's like a Joe Pesci sized cop. You're like, oh, I'm taking this fucker down. And then sometimes you see one of those like built to be a cop guys where you're like, 0%. If I started assaulting this guy right now, he wouldn't reach for anything.
No.
he would just beat my ass.
Beat you into submission. Absolutely.
He'd like absorb some blows as he was cracking his knuckles. Like
every now and then you see that with cops. You'll see like a cop video where like they get into some kind of a scuffle with a suspect or whatever you want to call him. And instead of reaching for a gun, a taser, a club, the cop just puts his hands up.
Yeah.
I love that shit. I'm just like, oh. But if you're if you're a suspect and you ever see a cop put his hands up, give up right away. Right away.
I'm sorry.
He had other options. He wanted to beat you up.
Yeah.
He knows he could kick your ass and he can't wait.
He was happy with the way this went.
Right.
The news can't be mad at me for this. Beat someone to death.
He gives you that Bruce Lee like
come on.
Just get on the fucking ground, dude.
Put your
interlace your fingers, whatever you need to do.
You can open carry here, no license or permit needed in Missouri. But like even when I go like real deep south Missouri where my grandparents live, it's you never see anybody walking around with a gun on their hip. Everyone has it concealed if they have it.
I almost never see it. I have seen it, right? And this is literally like the
Very
ice
rare.
cream parlor or something in Apex. And the guy that did it pulled it off. He was older, call him like 58, thin, looking maybe cowboy build, but I don't think he actually was one. He's Apex. And just had a vibe about him that you knew he didn't care what you thought. And like some people, it is a waste of time to give them your opinion, and that was the case with him. And this guy
fucking cares. Be like, fuck off, here's what I do.
Fuck off, here's what I do.
Where were you?
I was in an ice cream parlor on Main Street.
The ice cream cowboy.
I mean,
strong arming.
I'm not positive.
I'll ask for sprinkles.
I think he opened carry, taking his grandkids to get ice cream scoops. And welcome to America. But it just I don't know. And something about him seemed like he wasn't there to use the gun. Like, it was just...
Unless I need to.
I just know that this guy grabs his wallet, keys, and guns and heads out the door.
Goddamn right.
He's been doing it for so long, he doesn't even think about the judgment that he could be incurring from people. It's just like, I wouldn't forget my wallet at home. So I need my Ruger Red Hawk, single action 44 Magnum, normal 8-inch barrel.
It was a semi-auto of some sort. I can't recognize him by the handle that well. Probably, maybe you guys could, but Black semi-auto. Could have been a Glock.
Yeah, I mean, they always say Glocks are like
Glock
so.
or Sig or
Like Kyle, what was the gun you recommended people like conceal carry back in the day? Was it a small Glock?
Glock 19. Always Glock 19 is your It's for a carry gun. Yeah. Or
Aesthetically,
or a Sig if you prefer a Sig.
Aesthetically, Glocks do not do it for me.
No. And what I'm saying,
plain.
Not a sexy gun.
Not
it's not a sexy. It's a very ugly gun, and it's a gun that you want to do a few things to once you purchase anyway. You know, you want some sights and better trigger, and maybe some stippling and better magwell, maybe different magazines. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Different gun.
Swap it all out.
You know, like it's.
I'm just gonna buy the Sig. I decided.
Sig makes a little one. I can't remember the numbers, but it's like probably a 380 of some sort, and you can get it with like. They treat the metal in such a way that it's almost rainbow with like pearl. What are the grips called? Right?
Yeah.
And it just looks like a showpiece gun. Like if I was to get, I'd get a.
This looks like a gay pimp would carry it.
I wonder if I could find
like not that he was a homosexual, but that he pimped gay people. And was good at it.
I think it's the P238 Rainbow Micro Compact Sig Sauer.
I love that rainbows in the name. Can you link it?
Yeah, here you
go. It's the official LGBTQ
Oh my
gun.
god, it's even gayer than I remember.
It's even, oh god, that is. Look at that.
Oh, that dude. Dude,
I don't think it was this exactly because I do remember the pearlescent handles.
Discontinued product.
We can get some clear grips that have actual jism in them if you want.
Oh shit!
All right, that's awful. I've shot those pistols though. Like obviously that's like the newest version, but like years ago I've shot. It's been the same forever. I've shot those before.
I mean, that's one of the most reputable brands to buy a gun from, right? Sig. You always hear good things about them.
I don't have a ton of experience. Most of my experience was with Glock, but from what I understand, it's they're pretty comparable for a lot of things.
Well, these look cool. These look a million times cooler than the Glock.
HK. I like Walther a lot.
HK Walther, yeah, they make a good fun.
Walther fits my hand really well.
Is that the Walther something that James Bond had?
Yeah,
like
PPK.
Yeah,
the PPK.
That's a really little gun. A lot of their guns seem to like really fit my hands well. They're really like curvy and what's the word I'm looking for when things just fit your
contoured.
Hand well?
Ergonomic.
Yeah.
I fired some guns with Daniel Craig, James Bond. I had him. He wanted to go shooting, and his security guy, a buddy of mine, a cop, and we took him down to the range out east of Long Island and fired off, my fucking Barrett 50 cal and my Walther PPKS, and I got pictures of him. You'll probably find one, Anthony Cumia and Daniel Craig, because a story came out in the paper, and it was like, oh, Daniel Craig likes guns. He's an anti-gun guy or something. They had painted him as one, and he got in all kinds of shit back in England because he's actually shooting guns.
That's so lame.
Instead, yeah,
we just want you to pretend to know how to do it.
Yeah. Right? He had a blast. He had a fucking piss. He shot that Barrett, and it goes boom, and he goes, bloody fucking hell. It was just, that thing feels like you're getting a concussion when you shoot it.
I like it when non-gun guys shoot guns. Like,
yeah,
I can respect the other side of the argument. If you want to be a non-gun guy, okay, but I don't respect an uneducated other side of the argument.
No.
You got to come to the range and know what you're talking about.
They're so ignorant when you have an anti-gun person. They're just ignorant. They don't know the laws. They don't know the mechanics of guns. They get everything wrong, talking about everything. They can't talk about the mags, the clips, the fucking ghost gun. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah. I will excuse the mag versus clip thing, and I probably myself. But when you start saying that Glocks were designed to pass through airport security metal detectors or something, it's like, fuck off. That's not true.
That's hilarious. Yeah,
I've never even heard that one.
Oh yeah, no, because people don't know Glocks have some plastic in them, but they're definitely mostly metal, and they set off metal detectors for sure.
Yeah, all those guns, classic trait of guns made of metal.
Think of the gun that's all plastic.
There's a lot of plastic
energy.
A lot of plastic in them, but there's still metal in there.
So just the top slide is all metal, right? Like, and the barrel inside of it,
metal.
But everything below that pretty much is plastic, right? Except for a little,
which is like
the whole grip
part.
Yeah.
The magazine is metal. The top slide is metal. All the action inside is metal. There's just a little plastic. Well, not a little, but the skeleton is.
The magazine's plastic.
Wait, okay. Well, if you say so, I will.
Got a metal spring. The barrel is actually a straw. It's a plastic straw that they.
No, I'm just the first
100%. Paper. Yeah, you don't want to kill a turtle.
It's a pasta straw.
Are there any guns made like 100% of plastic? Every single bit in movies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like what's that Clint Eastwood movie where he's a secret?
Yeah. He got that little thing, that plastic gun,
that double-barreled like
double barrel thing. Right.
I was younger, call me like 22 or something, and my boss was a Marine, and a former Marine. Anyway, I saw a TV show where the guy made bullets out of ice and used that to kill someone with no forensic evidence.
There you go.
Great idea. So I went to my boss. And I was like, "Would this work?" And that's when he knew I was stupid.
We've got an opening in IT.
Yeah, that's always been one of those things where you stab someone to death with an icicle and the weapon just melts away. There was a great, I think it was Alfred Hitchcock Presents, where this woman bludgeoned her husband with a frozen roast, and then during the course of the investigation, just fed it to the police officers that were in the house. After she cooked it, they literally ate the evidence. Yeah,
idiots,
a good one.
Pigs.
Good evening. Yeah, awesome. I got to split, dudes.
Yeah, it's time.
Over,
11:30. Oh, is it? I made it.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
30
what
crazy.
Tell people about that you're up to.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Compoundmedia.com. We got a bunch of shows, really funny. We're doing these comedians of the compound tour all over the country. All the information you need is at compoundmedia.com.
Cool. We have to stretch for 15 more seconds.
Oh shit!
That was 15. I'm seeing 7.
Thanks for coming on, though. We do appreciate you.
I love you guys so much.
Buy your comp pills. Link below.
Buy the comp pills.
Check these things out. PKA 566.